A Crucible Witch, a Supernatural Spy Academy series. Spellcasters Spy Academy Book 3. Written by Ashley McLeo. Narrated by Ashley Stenner. Chapter 27.
No way, Hunter said, sounding like a high surfer dude.
Ephraim and Tabitha? I gaped. But even if they had a natural proclivity toward mind magic, there must be better choices. I was so confused. The Voice had made sure to choose mind witches who were renowned. The spirit worker who had planted them in our heads had even mentioned that both mind witches had been powerful. So why would Amethyst's parents think it would be okay to choose such young witches? And by better, I mean more experienced. I clarified, because no one had answered me yet. Amethyst glanced at the ghosts of her parents. Mom? Dad? Mrs. Rhines glided forward. It's an unconventional choice, I admit, but part of the reason we were gone so long is that we were researching. The ghost plane has a wealth of knowledge. Many powerful witches of the past agreed that a mind witch's power is less important than their connection to the cause. Louise, who we met and were not impressed with, by the way, only wanted to live again, so she was not a good choice. And Claude, while a better option, missed his wife too much to separate across realms, straining his connection to Eva to breaking when you entered Fairy. You need ghosts who will stick it out. Mr. Rhines approached me.
You have to admit that, as Ephraim and Tabitha have living family and friends, they have a lot to lose.
Amethyst nodded. Yeah, plus revenge. I'm certain they want revenge. But are you sure? Wouldn't it be better to have someone with a little mind witch training? I mean, did they ever train in it? Amethyst's mother clapped her hands. We forgot to mention that both of their parents had been training them up a bit before they came to spellcasters. Parents often do that, you know, to give their child a leg up. She glanced to the side of the room. Headmistress Wake and Diana had entered the room without my notice. Diana looked unsurprised by the information about Tabitha, but was throwing her mother nervous glances. No doubt she had known about her best friend's illegal practices and hadn't told her mother. Not too much, mind you, Mrs. Rhines added. Seeing as witch law forbids mind magic until a witch reaches the age of 20, they only taught them little bits here and there, enough to get the juices moving. Headmistress Wake shrugged. There's nothing to do about it now. They're no longer with us, and if their abilities will help us win this war, I'm all for it. Diana mock scoffed. I can't believe that came out of your mouth. So they learned a little bit, I clarified, like enough to make it not hurt when one of them enters my head. And they mind their manners. Memories of Louise picking through my brain resurfaced, making me cringe. But surely someone I'd met in real life wouldn't do that. I hoped. Mr. Rhines nodded. They learn the basics, and since they've volunteered for this, other mind witches in the ghost plane have been giving them tips. He paused, and his gaze grew solemn. I realize it's asking a lot for you to trust us on this, Odette. My wife and I might not know much better about being mind witches, but we're experts when it comes to spirits. Believe me, the most powerful ghosts are the ones with a driving purpose. Silence fell, and blood rushed in my ears. Everyone was waiting for my word. It was strange to be the one hesitating and questioning after I'd been so determined to find a solution. All three of the Rhineses knew more about the world beyond than I ever would. Probably more about mind witches, too, considering their recent investigations. If they thought this would work, I needed to trust them, no matter how scared I was, or how strange it would be to have someone I'd actually known inside my head. I drew in a long breath. I have to talk to Eva and make sure she's cool with this. But if she's down, I say we do it. Eva shared my concerns, but in the end, she decided the Rhines family had probably done their due diligence in figuring out who would be the best candidate to keep our minds safe. After all, it wasn't just our lives on the line. Amethyst had already said she wanted to fight alongside us again, as would many of her family's friends. You still want Tabitha? Eva shot a glance at the door just beyond which Amethyst was preparing her circle. My bestie was clearly not convinced that I was just letting her have the more easygoing of our classmates out of the goodness of my heart. "Yeah," I said. Tabitha and I had a spotty past, and some making up to do. For some reason, it felt right to claim her. "Okay, just double-checking. We all know you two had history."
"Well, so did you guys."
Hunter had messed around with Tabitha before he started dating Eva. For that reason, and because of how Tabitha treated me, Eva had never liked her much. "Both Tabitha and Ephraim will do well for you girls," Alex said, squeezing my hand. "They have loved ones who are still alive, people to protect." Amethyst poked her head out of the room we'd been waiting to enter. Her expression was equal parts excited and nervous. I understood that mix all too well. "I'm ready," Amethyst said. After giving Alex a kiss, I strode toward Amethyst, trying to project confidence. My parents were waiting just down the corridor with Eva's family, talking in low voices. "Us and our parents, right?" She nodded. "Mom and Dad say these sorts of things work best if only blood relatives witness it. It has something to do with the blood you'll shed to bind the ghost to you. I don't really get it, but I trust them." She extended something to me. I looked down to see a dagger in her hand. I chuckled, though none of this was funny. "You know, Amethyst, I like things that aren't daggers, too. I promise I'll never give you one ever again." She bit her lip, obviously conflicted. I knew where she was coming from. The deed itself was positive and would bring a lot of good for our side, but a ghost had possessed her against her will. I doubted she relished the thought of implanting a ghost inside someone else. "Hey," I whispered. "I was teasing. You're doing the right thing. This gives us a real chance." She gave me a wobbly smile. "Thanks, Odette. You want to go first?" I nodded and blew Alex a kiss before disappearing into the room Amethyst had prepared. Besides being a brighter space than Lavois's sitting area, the setup for the binding was identical. A salt circle surrounded by candles giving off smoke, a silver bowl, though this one was larger than Melanie's, and of course, the dagger in my hand. Everyone filed in behind me, necessitating that I move out of the way. I looked at Amethyst, wanting direction. "Stand in the middle of the circle and cut your hand. Drip the blood into the bowl, and when I tell you to, lift it high," Amethyst instructed. "Tabitha is nearby, waiting, but she's too new as a ghost to cross over by herself. She still needs an actual invitation." I sucked in a breath, preparing to meet a mean girl from my past. As I got into position, I dug the blade into my palm. A metallic tang filled the air as red blood welled against my skin, a feature that was becoming all too common in my life. I allowed a good amount to drip into the bowl. From the sides, others watched. My parents looked worried, but I wasn't, and neither was Eva. We'd done this before, and though she'd hated me in life, I trusted Tabitha more than Louise. She had skin in the game, whereas Louise only wanted a shot to feel alive again. "Tabitha Good, I call you to this plane. I call upon your powers and request your help. I call out on behalf of an entire realm. Hear my request." Amethyst nodded to me, and I lifted the bowl above my head. The air next to me shimmered for a blink, and Tabitha appeared. Like the Rhineses, Tabitha smelled cold, and faintly like menthol. Her eyes, eerily white, took me in, as if unbelieving that she was here. "Hey, Dane," she said, her tone kinder than it ever had been in life. "Who would have guessed this would happen, huh?" I couldn't help myself. I snorted out a laugh. "That I'd invite you into my head to protect me from the Queen of Hell? I can't believe you didn't realize that was my master plan all along." Tabitha's lips curled up in the first real smile she'd ever given me. "Well, then you're a hell of a lot smarter than I gave you credit for. Sorry about how I treated you, by the way. It was shallow and unearned." She shook her head. "I'm glad you and Di became friends." "I'm sorry you had to die, and I'm also glad Diana and I have become friends. If you'd like, you two can talk later. Through me, of course." When Tabitha's eyes lit up, I knew that was a date I'd have to set up. "For now, though," I held out the bowl of blood. "What do you say we work together and finish off the royals?" Tabitha's smile grew so big that all of her teeth showed. "I'm so down with that." She took the bowl from my hands and drank deep. Once done, she set the bowl on the floor, and we waited for Amethyst. "Tabitha Good, do you promise to bind yourself to Odette Dane's mind, to protect her from possession by the Queen of Hell, Ishtar, with all your might?" "I will," Tabitha said. "And Odette Dane, do you promise to house Tabitha within you and make her comfortable until such a time that she must leave?" "Yes," I said. Amethyst inclined her head. "Join hands." Tabitha's ghostly hand clasped mine, and a strange sensation rolled through me, as if I were being lifted from the earth ever so slightly. It was accompanied by cold, almost freezing temperatures. "It will all go away once she's finished," Tabitha whispered. "Thanks," I whispered back, grateful the sensation would be fleeting. Amethyst extended her hands to us, and a ball of purple light bloomed there. It struck me in that instant that her magic was the same color as Melanie's power. Maybe purple magic is a spirit worker thing? I didn't have time to ruminate on it long, because Amethyst began to chant, "May two join as one until the living's work is done. May two join as one until the living's work is done. May two join as one until the living's work is done." Amethyst stretched the purple ball of light toward me, and I prepared myself for the binding. Capistrum. Tabitha disappeared with a wink, and a strange weight appeared in my head. Unlike when Louise moved in, Tabitha didn't shuffle around much, or pry. She simply checked out a couple of spots and stilled. I blinked. That was easy. Much easier than in the past. "Are you okay?" Amethyst rushed forward. "Yeah." My eyebrows pulled together. "Fine. I barely notice her there, which is weird. The other ghost was nosy." "We're from the same time period, and I don't care about any of your boring secrets. Only revenge on those damn demons." I caught a strange flash of Tabitha rubbing her hands together like an evil villain from a movie, and laughed out loud. Amethyst startled. "Are you sure you're okay?" she pressed, not convinced. "Yeah, fine. You did great," I promised. "What do you say we do Eva? Then we can make a plan to return to our realm." Chapter 28. The moment Amethyst bound Ephraim inside Eva's head, I wanted to leave Fairy. But Headmistress Wake and my parents insisted that Eva and I wait a few hours to let the ghosts settle in. Although we both argued that Ephraim and Tabitha were more suited to being bonded with us than the other ghosts we had harbored, they weren't having it. "A few more hours won't hurt anything, P," Dad asserted calmly. "So not true. The demons are probably roasting people over spits right now. To put plans in motion, we have to send word to our associates in the human world," Mom added. "Unless you want to return to an empty Fae Academy and wait there all alone, you might as well remain here." I didn't want to wait at all, especially not once we got to the human realm. I wanted to act. "Me too," Tabitha said inside my mind. It was crazy to think she was there, someone I'd known and fought with nearly 2 years ago. At least she was less intrusive than Louise, and I had a feeling that when push came to shove, she would be more prepared to act, too. It was unfortunate that Tabitha and I had only found a way to bond after she died. "Fine," I told my parents grudgingly. "I'm going to go find Alex." He was still waiting outside the door to the room where we'd performed the rite, so I didn't have to look far. His face spread into a grin when he saw me. "How'd it go?" I snapped my fingers. "Piece of cake." "Good to hear," Alex replied. "Because we have to be in top form tonight." I cocked my head to the side. Eva squealed, catching my attention, and then she and Hunter, who had been just down the hallway, darted over to meet us. "Did you tell Odie?" Hunter asked, his tanned face flushed with excitement. "I was getting to it," Alex replied and turned to me. "The Queen knows we're leaving soon. She's holding a feast tonight in our honor. Apparently she has a surprise for us." "A surprise? She'd already gifted us with demon daggers. What more could she want to give us?" He read the question in my eyes. "I'm not sure what she has in mind, but I am curious to find out." He extended his hand to me, and I took it, delighting in the familiar feel of him and the rush that shot through me as his blue eyes bored into my own. "Ugh, get a room." "Actually, don't. I'm here. Remember that," Tabitha said in my head. "You'll have to get over that real fast. May I suggest taking a nap when we get busy?" I smirked. "Gross." "Odie?" Alex asked. "You okay?" "Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry." "It takes some getting used to," Eva explained, having someone in your head. They want to have conversations for a little bit. At least Claude did. She closed her eyes and breathed out a sigh. And Efrain doesn't seem any different. The guys exchanged a look.
Weird,
Hunter muttered. Very weird. I agreed.
Well, if you two can manage 2 conversations at once, I was hoping that we could all go for a walk around the grounds before the feast starts,
Alex suggested. My hand squeezed his. I'd love that. We spent 3 hours walking the castle grounds. Although I'd wanted to get out of Fairy before, I had to admit that downtime was necessary. Diana stopped by for a bit and asked to speak with Tabitha. As I had to act as the conduit, it was awkward, but that was okay. The headmistress's daughter needed closure, and now that we were friends, I was happy to be the one to give it to her. Plus, it was nice being around friends who loved each other and witnessing that love. I wanted to soak in the pleasantness of the day. The moments of stillness, of laughter between my friends and me had become too rare. As we sat on the grass and talked about everything we'd seen the last few days, everything we'd learned, everything we wanted to do, it refilled my well with hope. While I would treasure forever those few hours that we bonded and laughed on the castle lawn in Fairy, I was also a little relieved when the feast began. The act of moving on, of driving toward our goal, was something I'd become familiar with. Sometimes I even craved it. Finally, after tonight, we would leave this realm to return to our world. With that in mind, I entered Wild Rapids Hall with open eyes, trying to take it all in. Alex's arm looped through mine, and already, though the feast had just started, people were dancing. Is this normal? I gestured to the dance floor. Alex shrugged.
I thought it was just a meal, but clearly I was wrong.
Sana swept up beside us, her arm wrapped through Valwyn's, her guard, and now possibly more. I eyed the closeness of the pair. A feast is never just a feast in the Riverlands. Her hand twirled through her hair. Don't think either of you are getting out of here tonight without stepping on the dance floor. The Queen will insist. We can do that. I turned my attention to Valwyn. It's good to see you again. When did you return? He bowed, to which I returned a poor curtsy that made Sana break out in giggles. Today, Valwyn replied. We returned to the academy this morning with Headmistress Crystalla. She's been conferring with the Queen ever since. He gestured to the opposite side of the room, where the Queen and the Fae Headmistress hovered over something at the Queen's table, their heads close together. Did you gather a lot of Fae? I asked, because I couldn't help myself. Not as many as we wished. Valwyn's smile turned to a frown. It seems that many of the most powerful Fae in the human realm believe that, because they have Fairy to retreat to, they are safe. It's cowardly, but also difficult to blame them. They know that their monarchs would not refuse them refuge, nor would kings or queens really demand that they fight. That being said, unless they attended one of the Fae-specific academies, many have never trained to fight anyway. A lot of Fae and demi-Fae use their talents to be models and singers and such, Sana agreed, placing a soft hand on Valwyn's bicep, probably to calm him down. We'll figure it out, I said, though hope inside me had deflated a little at his admission. Have fun, you two. For now, I'd like to sit. The pair waved as they returned to the dance floor. Alex wove us through an ocean of mingling Fae. When I spotted the table at which Hunter and Eva sat with a waving Ayla and her less than excitable guard Luvan, I pointed it out.
Is there space at this table?
Alex asked as we approached the group. Duh, Ayla said. I've been trying to catch your attention for 5 minutes. Do you know how many people we had to turn away?
No,
Alex answered seriously, making me twist away to hide my smile. Well, let me tell you. There were more people than wanted to sit at the royal table, Ayla exclaimed as if she could barely believe it. And that's with Prince Halid released from the infirmary. I glanced up and saw that she was right. The prince was just settling in at the head table. His mother had stopped chatting with the headmistress and turned her attention to the prince, obviously checking up on him. When he caught my eye, he waved, beckoning me over. Speaking of His Highness, I gestured to him. I think he wants to talk to us. We made our way to the head table, waving and chatting with those we knew as we passed.
When we finally stood opposite Prince Halid, he was chuckling. "You two are like those people in your world who are on those strange screens with moving people," he said.
"Celebrities?" I offered, trying to keep in a laugh.
"Yes." Halid held up a single finger. "That's the word." Alex chuckled. "Maybe here, but not back home." The prince shrugged. "The closest thing we have to that is royalty, but with you two around, no one cares that I'm here." His eyes danced as he watched the crowd spin and twirl in front of him. To be honest, it's a pleasant change, not being the center of attention. "How are you feeling? All healed up?" I studied the spot where the shadows had attacked, but could discern no injury through his regal attire. "Not quite," he admitted. "I need a few more days before I'm good as new." "Makes sense. You were hurt pretty bad." The prince nodded. "I was lucky that you killed the beast who attacked me, and everyone worked to return me quickly to the castle. Thank you for what you did, for saving my life." "You don't need to thank us." I gave him a small smile. "To be honest, I feel a little guilty." Halid cocked his head, and I explained. "There was no need for us to go to that Fae cottage. The ether-blessed Fae we sought was dead when we arrived. You got injured for nothing and could have died, too." Alex ran his hands softly along my back, but didn't deny my words. The prince, however, shook his head. "I don't look at it that way. That woman was a subject of my kingdom, and no one knew that she had died." He heaved a sigh. "If anything, the journey brought me to a stark realization." "What's that?" Alex asked. "We need to be more involved outside the cities and villages, even in your world. And while I can't come with you, since Mother would have a fit, I'll be the first to admit that I'm not battle-ready." He gestured down to his wound. "My cousins would like to go."
"Like the Torna twins?"
Prince Halid nodded. "Well, yes, but also those who joined us on the journey to the border. Flynn, Gran, and Leon have more ether magic than Ayla or Sana. If the shadows are any indication, spells and brute force are effective against them. But ether, like your dark magic, will work too."
"You know, you don't have to send them," I said. "It's not your realm to protect."
"It might not be my realm they invade today, but tomorrow, who knows? If our journey made anything clear to me, it's that the shadows have infiltrated the Riverlands. If they continue to do so and grow stronger, then my kingdom is at risk. Not to mention," he grinned and gestured to the right, "it seems to me that some of your kind might like that my cousins join you." I followed the gesture to find Sam and Flynn dancing closely together. Flynn's long white mane practically obscured their faces as their lips inched closer together. Not far away, Amethyst appeared caught up in talking with Leon, whose blue-veined wings seemed to shimmer with excitement over what they were discussing. The idea that a romance or two could blossom during this time made me smile. "I see what you mean. Well, thank you. We appreciate you sending people you can trust." The prince smiled. "The Riverlands court will do whatever we can to assist. Mother and Headmistress Crystalla have been discussing all day exactly how many trained soldiers to send." I blinked, and my heart rate sped up. "Seriously?" "As the ether that runs through me," Halid replied, which I took to mean very seriously. "Wow," I breathed. "That would really help. Even if they don't possess ether magic, as long as they can fight, we can use them." "They can, and they will. Just like we need to take better care with our borders. We must do so with our allies' lands too," Halid said. "We will assist you as much as we are able. You have my word." "Thank you," I said.
"Tonight is turning out so much better than I expected."
Alex pulled me closer. "And on that note, I'm going to whisk my lady away for a celebratory dance." Chapter 29. The next morning, Ayla poked her head through the portal and then led the way back to our world. I was right behind her, hellblade in hand, ready to strike any demons that might have somehow found their way into the Spy Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts. Because I was so close, I could feel Ayla's ether streaming from her, putting out feelers for darkness that didn't belong. It tingled across my skin like bubbles popping. Aside from when the twins had glamored me, which had made me uncomfortable because for some reason it had reminded me of when I'd nearly died, I'd never felt the ether so up close and personal. When it wasn't directed right at me, and perhaps because months had passed,
The ether was strangely pleasant. It warmed my insides, invigorating me in a strange way I'd never experienced before. So strange, I thought, and pushed the sensation away. Given that we might run into trouble at any moment, I needed to be on alert in case Ayla needed me. After a few minutes, she released a lengthy breath. All clear. Tension unraveled in my chest. I twisted to look at Eva and nodded. All clear, Eva echoed, passing the message on. One by one, my cohorts sent the message down the line until a clamor broke out behind me, a ruckus cheer, because Prince Halid had been correct. At the end of the feast the night before, the Queen had promised to send us home with 100 elite Fae soldiers. The thought of them fighting with us, when they didn't have to, still made my throat constrict. As soon as Ayla bounced off her dorm room bed, I exited the tunnel and blinked as spots swam in my vision. Whoa, why do I feel so weird? I gripped the side of my head and made sure Tabitha was still there. She was, and my racing heart slowed. Same, I'm so dizzy. Eva scooted off Ayla's bed to stand by me. Ayla laughed. You've been in fairy for a bit too long. You've gotten used to being steeped in the most pure Fae magic around. During the spy games, we were only in fairy for a night and a day, long enough for you to feel normal, but not for the magic to become your new normal. Don't worry. It's not like being fairy drunk. The sensation will pass in a few minutes. It had better, A sound from the hallway hit my ear. I stiffened and grabbed Eva's wrist. Telling that he'd heard it too, Alex leapt out of the portal next. His knees bent as he lowered into a crouch, preparing to attack. What is that? I asked. My eyes locked on the dorm room door. Simone emerged from the portal next. Right away, she tilted her head just as a dog would and snorted. Chill out, witches. It's Headmaster Ezra and a bunch of wolfies. Not a second later, she was proven right when the vampire headmaster entered the room, followed by the statuesque and glowing blonde Alpha-to-be Dasha and her 3 handsome mates. Dasha's face broke into a smile. Odette, you have no idea how relieved I am to see you. You were gone so long. She ran to me and wrapped her powerful arms around my torso, enveloping me in the pleasant aroma of apple-scented shampoo. I gripped the shifter champion tight. I missed you too, I said, then added, although where I was, only weeks had passed, not months. Dasha pulled away from me, her golden eyes wide. Weeks? How? Where did you go? I told her the story as others entered the room from the hallway, Alpha Conan among them. More people poured out of the portal, and soon enough, the dorm room became cramped. Since we have so many coming, I'll take people to a larger space, Ayla said to Amethyst, who had just appeared. Wait here for me and tell them to chill. I'll be back. The spirit walker nodded, blinking away the disorientation. Ayla gestured to everyone else. Come with me. She led us to the same courtyard that I'd been in before, the one that hid the entrance to the snowcap court. It looked identical to the last time I was here, but more flowers were in bloom. The air was warm, and despite being located miles inland, I swore I could smell the salty sea air of the Pacific. I shivered, pleased to be home. Good to be back, isn't it, sweets? Amazing. I smiled at him. Even with the war on the horizon, I don't want to leave this era or realm anytime soon, and we won't let you leave. Howley, Dash's bespectacled and outgoing beau, called out, pulling a smile from me. We waited while Ayla conferred with the headmasters, relishing being home, and listening to Dasha talk about what had been happening while we were away. Finally, what felt like years later, everyone had come through the portal and joined us in the courtyard. Let's regroup, Santa said, standing on the bench that Headmistress Crystalla had once announced my first visit to Fairy from. Clearly, you all got past the school wards with the directions given. And a bit of help, Headmaster Ezra admitted from where he stood with his students. One of the alumni, an old friend, was our guide. Headmistress Crystalla moved toward the center of the courtyard and sidled up next to the vampire headmaster. Of course, a vampire cannot get in without a fae. I'm pleased you found an escort. For the millionth time, I thought spellcasters should consider taking a few pointers from the Spy Academy where security was concerned. If they had, perhaps the demons wouldn't currently be using the school as a home base. My jaw tightened just thinking about it. Now that we were back, I couldn't help but want to run to Spellcasters, to help liberate the people I called friends and peers from the clutches of those monsters, but that would be a foolish move. The demons would expect us to want to reclaim Spellcasters. If we were going to take it back at all, we would need fighters. Even more than we'd already recruited. That meant first freeing the prisoners that the crooked PIA members had locked up. More recruits will join later today and throughout the weekend. Dasha took the stage. At least 200 shifters have volunteered to fight, and I'm sure that more will join as they hear of the cause. She paused for a couple breaths. However, I'll admit that lately, we've had to be more careful in our recruiting efforts. Headmaster Ezra nodded.
We have, too. The demons have been finding and killing recruiters. Only 3 vampires have died so far, but it's made everyone else wary of seeking magical kin.
His lips twisted into a frown.
Is there evidence to support that theory?
My dad asked from the back of the room, his arms crossed over his chest in an appraising manner.
No,
Ezra replied.
But there's no denying that people are dying. I only mention this so that, if you do bring people into the fold, you're careful.
His eyes shifted to me, and then to Eva.
Not all of us can sense when demons, or demon supporters, are around. But if you know the person, and they're acting strange, think twice before telling them of our cause.
People in the crowd squirmed, and murmurs flew around the room. It was not a welcome idea to believe that someone you knew, potentially someone you trusted, might not be a good person after all. I'd already experienced it when I learned that David Chino was a mole and a demon peon, enacting their plans for them and using the PIA's resources to do so.
So, what would you say our forces are up to now?
Headmistress Wake began striding down the aisle toward the front of the room.
500, give or take, those who chicken out, which is inevitable.
Headmaster Ezra replied. He nodded to the Fae who had congregated on one side of the courtyard.
Of course, that's not including the many Riverland soldiers I see before me. Most of the others we've recruited are waiting for a call to action. In the meantime, they've been working in the shadows to keep their communities safe.
So around 600... Headmistress Wake closed her eyes as if the number pained her. When she spoke next, her tone was tighter, more strained. By all accounts, hundreds, potentially thousands of demons were let into our world the night the Hellgate broke open, and that's not counting the ones that were already here, biding their time. If Ishtar and Lucifer call them to battle, they will come, and Spellcasters' defenses are already down. Her cheeks darkened, as everyone knows. The vampire headmaster nodded.
Don't feel poorly about the loss of your school, Priscilla. If anything, I've come to consider it an advantage.
An advantage that my student body is at the mercy of devils? That some of them have already died? The witch snarled at the vampire. What an idiotic claim. The vampire flashed a bit of fang before he caught himself and muscled his expression into a mask of calm.
I apologize. That came out wrong. I did not mean that we are at an advantage because your students are captives.
The headmaster moved to meet her, his cape billowing behind him. When he stood before her, he lifted his palms to the sky and gestured to the many witches in the crowd.
I meant to say that the royals are in a place with which you're intimately familiar. Your academy drew them in, corralled them, which makes it easier for us to fight them. We have the advantage because Spellcasters alumni and students know the academy well.
His eyes drifted from Alex and me back to Eva with interest. He obviously knew about me and Alex, and suspected something was different about Eva, too.
2 of those students, perhaps 3, if I'm not mistaken, are of particular interest to the devils. Your students and alumni are uniquely positioned to lead us into battle, and if you so wish it, the vampires will follow your every command.
Headmistress Wake blinked at the claim that the vamps would follow us. After a prolonged silence, she gave a tight nod. We'd appreciate that assistance, Headmaster Ezra. I apologize for my outburst.
Her cheeks grew even redder. I'd never seen the headmistress embarrassed, and when my gaze slithered over to Diana, I noticed her mouth was hanging open. Apparently, it was uncommon. As you might imagine, Headmistress Wake continued, I am embarrassed over my profound failure as a head of school. My heart went out to the woman. She was a force to be reckoned with. At times, I'd despised her. But if anything was true in this world, it was that in spite of many obstacles, most of which she could have never foreseen, she worked to keep the Academy safe. No one could blame you, Priscilla. We need to look forward, not dwell on the past, Dad piped up again. Now that we know we're steadily building an army, the next question becomes, what about the ex-spies the corrupt portion of the PIA took prisoner? He folded his hands together. Does anyone know the location of the prison? And if you do, what state are the prisoners in? Alex added. I can't imagine they're healthy. I bit the inside of my cheek, feeling foolish. I hadn't even considered such a thing. To me, we would liberate the jail and then march on to spellcasters. Dasha let out a low whistle. Bird shifters have located to the prison. As they flew over, they noticed a few people moving inside. They looked to be on some sort of magical leashes and were weak. One collapsed and died on the spot. It will take time to heal them, but some might be strong enough to fight. She scanned the crowd. How many here consider themselves experts in the healing arts? Out of just over 130 people, 4 hands shot up. 3 of them belonged to Alex and his parents. I can call my mentor, Tiberius Thorn, Alex said, his eyes wide at the shortage of healers. If I can reach him, I'm sure he'll help. Headmistress Wake nodded. I would guess that Tiberius is still home. I happen to know that he has a bunker of sorts filled with medical supplies. It's an extension of his home, well hidden and fortified. He knows of the impending war, of that I'm sure. If I had to wager his location, I would say it is there, and he's in hiding. Sounds about right, Alex muttered. I volunteer to go find him, he declared louder. I gripped his hand. We can't separate. He squeezed my hand. We have to. My tone lowered. But Morgan and Merlin said we should never do so. There had been exceptions, of course, but none of those times had been when war was on our doorstep. We're well past that restriction, Alex said, his eyes soft and understanding. I think we might have been since the night you died. Something tells me that bringing you back might have been my major purpose in all this, at least from Eminem's standpoint. The demons wanted my blood. Our blood, of course, but they already got that. He leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. After all that we've been through, we'd never betray each other. A lump rose in my throat. I'd not considered that one of Alex's primary roles in this was to bring me back to life, but it struck me as reasonable. After the demons opened the Hellgate, Ishtar had become much less obsessed with him, but her focus on me had never wavered. True, but we don't have time, sweets. Thorn has a network of healers who would jump if he called. I have a feeling we're going to liberate a lot of spies from the prison, and they won't be well. We're going to need the extra hands, which means I have to find him and convince him to join us. His tone softened. You, Eva, and Hunter should go to the prison. Help there. I looked into his blue eyes and, although I didn't want to, I nodded. If that's really what you think is best. He twisted to face Dasha again, who looked sad for me. So where's the prison? What sort of structure could keep assorted magicals inside and garner no notice? She forced out a laugh. You're never going to believe this. I barely did when the other shifters told me, but now that I've considered it, the location makes so much sense. My heart began pounding as the room stilled, and everyone waited. Who here is familiar with the old gods? Chapter 30. I gripped Dash's fur as the massive white wolf bounded away from where we'd parked the cars, over the arid desert plains of New Mexico. Surrounding the alpha were her mates, Heath, Howley, and Gregor, all in white wolf form,
On their backs rode Eva, Diana, and Hunter. Each of my friends looked as weirded out and nervous as I felt. Above us, Fey wings beat the air. The Tornas, Prince Halid's male winged cousins, and 5 other Fey, diaphanous wings and the daggers hanging off their hips, caught the light of the full moon as they flew. At our sides, vampires sprinted, each carrying on their backs a witch or flightless Fey. Other shifters were behind us, and those large enough to carry other magicals did so. When we'd formed the squads, we'd made them vampire and shifter heavy, specifically because we'd suspected that we'd have to drive as close as possible to the base, which was impossible to warp to as there were no photos of the secretive area, nor had Andre or I ever been there. From the nearest rest stop, we'd have to approach the base on foot, so as not to give away our arrival. As we got closer, it seemed as though our precautions had been wise. The barbed wire fencing circled the perimeter about a mile away from the facility. Vampires and agile shifters like Dasha and her mates leapt over it, their tagalongs clutching them with all their might. The winged Fae lifted the witches who had been riding on heavier, less agile shifters over the fence. When Eva and I were on the other side, we used our black magic to lift the massive bear shifters and the remaining wolves. So far, we'd done well, and yet I could already sense that stronger, magical protections would crop up soon. Maybe it was the ether in the area, but for some reason, I felt hypersensitive to it. My gut bubbled as I climbed back on Dash's back. As we ran ever closer, I stole glances at the magicals around us, so strong physically and magically. What if it's not enough? I bit the inside of my cheek and closed my eyes, determined to wipe the negative thought from my mind as we approached Dulce Base in northern New Mexico desert. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. The mantra ran through my mind until I'd almost convinced myself that infiltrating an uber-secretive and dangerous government base was actually possible, because that was totally what we were about to do. The shifters had discovered the militarized base about a week ago and had been rotating watch on the area, each team trying to discover a way inside. As far as they could tell, there was only one. The site was largely underground and as secure as the Pentagon. Hours of research on the internet told me even less than what Dasha had relayed. There was speculation that it went down 10 levels. The various floors held genetically engineered animals. Others housed secret labs. And then there were those that confined people. Magicals. Everyone was confused as to why the crooked government officials had put the prisoner spies there. Why not just a regular prison? Hire a strong enough witch, and it would be easy to ward against them. Our confusion had evaporated when Dasha explained that the government built Dulce Base on what used to be an ancient god's wood, a site that Native American magicals had once called sacred ground. The land was positively brimming with the power of ether. We were sure that the government had employed an ether-based fae to secure that area. After the retreat of the old gods from our world and the devastating hunting of their half-human offspring, the godlings, only the fae remained as ether wielders. The fae the government hired would likely have used the 5th element to create external wards that were sensitive to magic, and because they were made of ether, they would be impenetrable by magicals other than ether-blessed fae. Magicals of that type were rare in this realm. Thank the universe that Prince Halid's cousins had joined us. Now we had 5 such fae. Still, we all knew what we were about to do was freaking crazy, especially considering we only had 1 healer. Alex had gone to recruit Tiberius Thorne, while his parents had stayed at the Spy Academy to prepare for an onslaught of patients. If anything happened, and a handful of people needed a healer before we returned to the Spy Academy, we'd be screwed. Dasha ground to a stop. The wolves and shifters behind her fell in line, and the vampires skidded to stand motionless, waiting. A flutter of wings told me that the Fae were descending. Dasha glanced around at her mates. I got the sense that they were having a conversation mind to mind, in the way that packs could. Howley nodded, and with Hunter on his back, prowled forward. Hunter shot us a terrified look. I pressed my finger to my lips before the darkness swallowed him up. The seconds ticked on. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it might fly up my throat. It seemed like an eternity had passed when finally, Howley's bright white fur glinted in the full moon's light, and the wolf prowled out of the darkness. Howley motioned with his paw for Hunter to get off. Once Hunter's feet were on the ground, the air around the white wolf began to shimmer as he shifted. A few seconds later, where a wolf had been, Dash's bespeckled mate appeared. "We're close to the ether barrier," Howley said. "My nose says it's not even 30 yards away. Once the Fae break the ether enchantment, we need to move right away. Quietly. There are guards nearby. I could smell them." "Perfect." I scanned the vampires. "You know your roles, right?"
"We're ready,"
Francis responded for the group of 15 vamps. "Once the ether ward is down, and you take care of the external guards, Eva and I will be in the first wave to enter. I'm not sure if I'll be able to warp when we get inside, or if that would even be useful. There's too much mystery surrounding this facility. We'll have to wait and see. Diana and Hunter, stay with us, okay?" Hunter scoffed.
"As if you could get rid of us. If I'm going into some secret government base, I'm definitely taking a warper and my black magic sugar mama with me."
He winked at Eva, who playfully slapped his arm as she shook her head.
"Black magic sugar mama? Where do you come up with this shit? And why do the girls seem to love it?"
Diana teased Hunter before directing her attention to me. "Yeah, you know I'm with you." I chuckled and slipped off Dash's back. The Tornas and Halid's cousins crept forward with a wolf escort. A minute later, flashes of light, ether magic, caught my attention. Someone, a guard, yelled for help, but the Fae's work brought the force field-like shield down quickly. The man cried out in the darkness again, and the vampires hissed as they shot forward. I clenched my jaw as everybody listened for the sounds of snapping necks. It came a second later, 6 of them. Then Simone and Magdalena dashed back our way. "The outside guards are dead," Simone said, her face covered in blood. "Francis is disabling the electronic surveillance. But we won't have long until the inside guards realize they're flying blind, if they haven't already." The raven-haired vampire relayed the information succinctly, as if she'd done this before. She probably had done something like this before. The government used vampires as spies more liberally than other magicals, precisely for their speed, viciousness, and strength. Everyone advanced. I tried my best to ignore the bodies on the ground and focused on Francis, hanging off a steep pole and messing around with wires and pressing buttons. One knob glowed green just as we joined him, and a door eased open. He pumped a fist in the air.
"Hacker life. Still got it."
I couldn't help but roll my eyes as we assembled before the door of the facility. The vampires streamed in first, taking care of the 5 human guards who patrolled the upper level, while Eva and I scanned for magical opponents. There were none, so we called in the rest of our rescue squad. There was no indication of which way to go. Luckily, there weren't many options. 2 long hallways stretched to the left and right. Directly in front of our 50-person infiltration squad was an industrial-looking elevator. "Any ideas?" I asked as people piled into the complex. Magdalena stepped forward and sniffed the air delicately. "I don't think there's anything on this level. It smells like microwaved food. There might be a few offices or a break room up here, but nothing magical." I nodded. That made sense. Why keep the most dangerous prisoners so close to the exit? Still, we can't leave any stone unturned. I gestured to the wolf shifters, who'd transformed back to their 4-legged forms. "Why don't you quickly run through this level? Take care of anyone who's here." The wolves ran off.
"I think we should be on the front line."
Francis stepped forward to stand by Magdalena.
"We're the most difficult to kill."
No arguing with that. Does anyone feel comfortable using the elevator? I eyed the metal box skeptically. Nope, and no need. There's a stairwell right here. Simone had wandered a ways down the hallway. And an emergency evacuation sign that confirms there are 9 levels below, not including this one. Whatever wacko website you found was right. 9 levels and 50 of us. I heaved a breath. That meant we would have to split up to search thoroughly. I shot a glance to Hunter, who had always been better at strategizing than me. He stepped forward, scanning the crowd that we'd arrived with. He began pointing out people, 10 at a time. Once he identified the groups, he gave them levels. The non-ether-blessed Fae, all of whom just so happened to be wingless, got the top levels. Shifters earned the next 2 levels closer to the surface, while the witches, vampires, and ether-blessed Fae were given deeper levels. Once he finished, I arched my eyebrows. "So we're hitting the bottom?" He'd given us levels 8 and 9. Hunter nodded.
I have a feeling they'll put the spies deepest down, and that magic will be necessary to get through barriers.
Shouldn't we bring a fae in our group? Eva countered reasonably. What if we need ether magic? Hunter gestured to Francis, who was also on our team.
That's why we have vampires. If we need help, we'll send them to find the ether blessed. But we can't take all the most versatile people just because I have a hunch.
He was right. Having set out squads, everyone made their way to the stairwell and descended. We were passing the 3rd floor when I knew that whatever we found down here would be unpleasant. Screams and moans came from some hallways, and the cries of animals from others. The air around me seemed to tingle as my senses heightened. What the hell kind of place is this? Testing site, Diana said, her voice tight. Some nutjob website swore it was true. Now I'm fairly sure they're right. When we reached the 8th floor, Francis held out his arm.
Guards. They probably won't know we're coming, since the walls are so thick. They're even hard for me to hear through. Let me go first and disarm them. I think there are only 4 on this level.
He disappeared through the door. Before it closed, scuffling ensued, followed by 2 yells and the sounds of snapping bones. I winced each time there was a thunk, imagining blood seeping from the neck of a man lying dead on the floor. 10 seconds later, the vampire poked his head back into the stairwell.
When you enter, keep to the middle. I tried to push them to the side so you wouldn't trip, but the lighting sucks down here.
I took a big breath and exited the stairwell. It was as dark as the rest of the facility, with fluorescent lights interspersed every 10 feet, providing an eerie, weak glow. The hall smelled sterile and metallic, like the steel walls were routinely cleaned with bleach. 20 doors lined the hallway on each side in both directions. My stomach twisted. 80 rooms to check. Well, crap. I turned to the group. Split up. 5 go left and 5 go right. Make the groups as magically even as possible. Everyone nodded, and we split up naturally. Hunter went with Eva, Simone, and 2 older witches that Headmistress Wake had recruited. Diana, Andre, Sam, and Francis joined me. We tiptoed down the hallway. Francis listened at every door, shaking his head at the empty ones. We were about halfway down the passage when he stopped suddenly. His spine straightened in a way that lifted the hairs on the nape of my neck.
Something is in there. It's alive. But it doesn't sound human.
My jaw tightened. Should we check? Maybe it's a shifter in their animal aspect. Of course we should check, Diana proclaimed, not bothering to lower her voice. We need to find the prisoners. But what if something else is down here that we need to know about? What if they're harboring demons down here? The experimental kind. She gave me a pointed look. You know, like the book Merlin showed us? What if that's what they're doing down here? My mind reeled back to the illustration of the witch-turned-demon. I hadn't even considered such a thing, but clearly Diana had. My muscles tensed at the idea that the government wasn't just imprisoning these magicals, but performing tests on them, maybe even letting the demons get the first shot. They're in an alliance with the devils. It's not off the table. Slowly, I extended my hands. I say we blast this door with everything we have. The moment we create an opening, stop. We'll see what's on the other side and go from there. Everyone nodded their assent, and all except Francis, who prepared to fight, held out their hands. Our magic flew from us. The door burned red hot, soaking up the energy. More. I grunted. We pushed, and the metal warped and began to weep slightly. After a full minute of pummeling the door, I realized that witch power wouldn't be enough. It could make a dent, but nothing more, which made perfect sense. Given enough time and energy, any imprisoned witch could blast themselves out. We needed something more destructive. I closed my eyes and, mid-flow, switched to demon magic. The inky tendrils replaced my bright fuchsia glow, gracefully swirling through my friend's colorful magic. The second the demon magic hit the metal door, it shuddered. Hit it harder, Odette, Diana urged. I did. The door groaned, and the metal shook, threatening to burst inward. Sweat dripped down my brow as I gave it another violent push. And that was all it took. The door flew open, slamming against the metal siding. I lowered my hands and expelled a breath, peering into the room. I don't see... The words died in my mouth as a growl tumbled out of the darkness.
Chapter 31. The stench of urine and rotted meat slammed into me, making me gag, before I could take in the totality of the monster. Werewolf! Diana pitched her magic forward, man in body, wolf in face and claws. The 8-foot-tall beast hurled itself against her purple shield and let out a roar of fury as its fur caught fire. Diana's hand wrapped around my arm and yanked me backward. Everyone darted away, trying to put space between us and the monster as it recovered from the magic and prowled closer. We stopped a good distance away, Diana and I in the front. Of freaking course we would plan this rescue on the night of a full moon, Diana muttered. Stay back, I'm going in. Francis sidestepped around us, his muscles hard. Do you think a vampire is strong enough to take on a werewolf? I whispered, truly not having any idea. I'd never seen a transformed werewolf before. And if I never saw one again, it would be too soon. We're about to find out. Diana glared at the werewolf, which towered over the vampire as they began to duke it out. Francis said no magic, but if we get a shot, take it. Andre finished. A scream emanated, setting my nerves alight. I twisted away from the werewolf, and my mouth fell open. Eva had loosed her demon magic, and the black tendrils were wrapping around the neck of a manticore. A manticore? A werewolf? This level won't have spies, I said, certain of it. Only dangerous magical creatures. I gestured behind us. Look. I'll be damned, Andre murmured. His eyes locked on the manticore that Eva had wrestled to the ground with her black magic. I've never seen a creature like that in my life. Where did they get them all? I don't know, Diana replied. But look. Francis and the werewolf were still battling, fangs against claws. They'd both gotten in a few good swipes. Thankfully, so far, Francis had steered clear of the werewolf's teeth, the part of the beast that carried the Lycan curse. And he'd also presented us with the werewolf's furry back. I lifted my hands, and without hesitation, flung my demon magic at the monster. It hit him square in the back, and slithered up to tighten around his neck. The beast struggled, but couldn't fight off the magic, and soon enough, it dropped to the ground with a whine. His body twitched, and I cinched the dark tendrils tighter, not stopping until he moved no longer. I told you not to use your magic. Francis threw his hands in the air, strangely annoyed that I'd just helped him out. What if I just jumped on his head and you hit me? What then? Well, you didn't, and he's dead now. We don't have time to waste. We're on the wrong floor. Andre's tone was defensive on my behalf. There's no reason to open any more of these doors and discover more monsters. Let's gather the rest of the crew and descend. I shuddered. The whole complex was creepy as hell. But that they put the spies on the 9th subfloor spoke to one of my greatest fears, being trapped deep underground. It also worried me that they considered the spies more dangerous than the violent magical creatures. We don't actually know that they're on the bottom, I reminded myself. It was still possible that the spies were on the upper floors. Possible, but not likely. We called to our friends, who rushed down the hallway. Did you see that? Hunter cried out. Eva just demolished a manticore. We saw, Sam said, clearly ready to move on. We have to go down a level. Simone shook her head. I was afraid of that. She shot a glance at Francis. One of us should run upstairs and alert the other floors. So she thought the spies would be at the deepest level too. Francis nodded. Why don't you go? If they've already found them, come get us. If not, bring the others to the bottom. Considering how many doors are in these halls, we might need help with extraction. We reached the stairwell, and while the rest of us traveled downward, Simone zoomed up. We hadn't even made it to the door at the bottom level when a door above us slammed shut. Damn, she's fast. By the time we reached the bottom of the stairwell, Francis was already in front of our group, prepared to attack the guards on the other side. He cracked open the heavy door and slid through the few inches of opening. A gunshot rang through the air. The snap of a neck followed, then another. The door slid closed, and for 4 nerve-wracking breaths, we all stood in silence, poised to fight. The door finally swung open, and I tensed, only to relax when Francis's head appeared in the stairwell. All clear. Those guys were more prepared. These halls seem pretty secure and soundproof, but the guards have comms in their jackets. Someone could have gotten a message out when the other squads attacked. We need to be fast. I flew into motion, dividing into the same teams as before and taking sides. My crew ran down the right side of the hall, and we hadn't even made it 10 feet when I just knew, this was the correct floor. "Do you feel that?" I asked, darting a glance back at Sam, Diana, Francis, and Andre. The witches nodded. "There's something, but I can't place it." Francis trailed off, his lips pursed. No doubt Francis could sense the magic swirling in the air, the wards, but as someone who didn't actually wield magic, he wouldn't be as in tune with it as the rest of us. "Will the wards hinder us from using our powers?" Diana asked. "Or just those inside the cells?" "If I had to bet, I'd say we're in the right spot, and that they ward the cells even more strongly against witches than those above," Andre said. "They'll probably stifle a shifter's power, too. And if they keep vamps down here, the cells will be extra strong," Francis added. The door to the hallway flung against the back wall before we'd chosen a cell to open. I twirled, prepared to strike, only to find the Tornas groups filing in. I exhaled in relief. Simone was working fast. "We think the spies are down here," I yelled, in case Simone hadn't explained. "We'll go further down the hall. You try to open one of the cells closer to the stairs." The fairies teams began trying to use ether magic against the doors. Despite being in a hurry, I couldn't help but watch. Their efforts didn't make a dent. "This is bad." "Odette," Andre said, "I think these cells are more resistant to magic. You and Eva might be the only chance. If the demons had a hand in this facility, I doubt they would have warded it against their own magic. The rest of us should probably just save our energy." The door to the stairwell slammed open, and the shifters appeared. "Only labs on our levels," Dasha called out. "They have to be down here." I nodded. "Everyone stand back." I thrust out my hands. "The moment whatever is behind this door appears, be prepared to either help it or attack." With that, I let my demon magic fly. It hit the cell door and began eating away at it as if it were nothing. The hallway filled with the reek of burnt metal as my power easily burst through the wards placed on the cell door. I shook my head, unable to believe this shit, that all the protections placed down here were only meant to keep out magicals commonly found in this realm, the magicals who called it home, not demons. If anything, demons would probably be welcome here. Total BS. It took a few moments before a hole large enough for us to peer through appeared. The instant it did, a strangled scream hit my ear and I stopped. "Were you at the PIA?" I asked, throwing up a shield of demon magic between us and the door. "Yes," a weak voice croaked. "Fade Division in the U.S. "Will you harm us if we let you out?" Andre asked. "No. Just get me out of here." She released a sob. "Please." "Move to the back right corner," I instructed. "I need to blast the lock off, and I don't want to hit you." There was a shuffling, slow and heavy. "I'm there," the imprisoned Fae said. I directed my dark power at the lock, shattering it. The door stayed put, so I flung it open and found a fairy, huddled and shaking in the back of the cell. With her wings and pointed ears, she looked like most fairies I'd seen, save for some key differences. Her skin didn't glow. She was thin. So very thin, and trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Help her," I instructed, ignoring the smell of the cell and the buckets piled in the corner. The place was beyond vile. "I'll move on to the next door." I dashed out of the cell and waved down the hall. "Eva." My best friend looked up from the door she'd been examining. "This is the right floor, and only black magic will work," I informed her. She nodded, completely unsurprised. Eva and I worked our way down the hallways, blasting doors open while others retrieved the imprisoned. There were about 10 doors left when a high, piercing wail cut through the corridor. My heart slammed into my throat. Someone had sounded the alarm. Chapter 32.
"Help the prisoners!"
Just as I gave the instruction,
At least half of our rescue party burst into the hallway, their chests heaving. Dasha, now in her human form, stiffened as she sniffed the air and then barreled toward me, her gold eyes wide. "Guards?" I asked. She nodded. "Lots. From what I can hear and smell, they're coming from the top. I think some people are fighting them in the stairwell, but I smell gunpowder. So the guards came armed." I gulped down a lump rising in my throat. "Hopefully our friends can keep them at bay long enough for us to get the prisoners out. Then we can help as we fight our way up." "Here, Wolf, take this shifter." Francis stormed over and handed an inmate to Dasha. She took the man's weight and offered her other arm. "I'm strong enough for 2. Her mates did the same, and I left the others to sort out who would carry who. I continued blasting down doors, glancing over every few seconds to find that the vampires had followed the shifter's lead, taking a prisoner under each arm. Since they were less physically inclined, the Fae supported 1 inmate each. My heart hammering with each step, I hurried to open the last 5 doors on my side. 2 more held prisoners, shaking and sobbing in the back of their cell. The last 3 held corpses. Tears pricked my eyes as I stared down at the last woman. She was young, no more than 4 years my senior, and probably still an emissary spy, if she'd followed the usual climb up the PIA ladder. And here she was, dead, all because she was working to make the world better. Although intellectually I understood that there was no point in saving her, I couldn't help myself. She was small, smaller than Eva even, so I bent over and picked up her thin body. In death, she weighed nothing. When Francis noticed that the prisoner I carried was dead, he shook his head. "You can't. We have to fight our way up the stairs. And we need your hands free. Not to mention, once we get outside, you'll need to run on your own. The wolves are already carrying 2 people each." "I left 2, I said, my voice wobbly. "But I can't leave her. She deserves more, a burial or whatever her kind prefers." Distantly, because I was very distracted, I heard Tabitha moan in my head. She clearly didn't approve of my decision either. But I didn't care. I wasn't sure what kind of magical this girl had been, but it didn't matter. I wasn't leaving her. She deserved a death ceremony. The person on Francis's back whimpered, and the other in his arms let out a moan. Francis shifted his gaze from me to the people he carried. "You," he said to one in his arms. "We want to take this girl's body back. Normally I wouldn't ask this, but—" The man gave the smallest nod. "Bring her," he croaked, likely seconds from death himself. "I'll hold on if I can." Francis took the corpse out of my arms and crushed her up against the man just as the sound of gunshots ripped through the air. "We have to go," Diana yelled. "Eva and Odette up front." I scrambled to the door. Eva arrived at the same moment I did, and we paused only long enough to give each other a nod before pulling the heavy door open. 2 bear shifters, one grizzly, one polar, were in the stairwell. With dinner plate-sized paws and claws at least 5 inches long, they lashed out at armored guards trying to charge down the steps. Behind them, Leon and Gran shot ether at the soldiers. The Fae parted when they noticed me, but the bears didn't budge. "We have to move." I screamed loud enough to get the bear's attention. One shot a look back at me and released a roar. The other's paws swiped faster, more viciously, and the guards scrambled back. "Make space!" Eva yelled, and the bears squished their massive bodies to the side. Once there was an opening, we attacked with witch power. When one of my spells bounced off the guard's armor, I groaned. "Switch to black magic," Eva said. Black tendrils unfurled from my hands and shot up the stairwell. They twisted like vines around each of the soldiers' necks, cinching tighter and tighter until their bodies fell. As we climbed higher, stragglers from our rescue team burst from their levels, shaken, and joined our ranks. The number of fallen guards grew so that they clogged the stairs. The bear shifters helped make a path, their enormous heads nuzzling the guards to the sides, piling the unconscious humans atop each other. We progressed upward, getting closer to the surface. Every few steps, more guards descended, and Eva and I pummeled them with demon magic. It wasn't until we neared the top that we faced the largest obstacle. a wall of 12 guards pointing guns straight at us. Behind them, red eyes glowed maliciously. "I see you have embraced the darkness within yourself," the Cambion said. "That's wonderful news. In fact, if you turn sides now, there will be no retaliation for your attacks on the Royals' property tonight." I seethed at his insinuation that the Royals controlled this facility completely, and perhaps even the prisoners inside it. "We'll never join you," Eva screamed and released a barrage of dark power. I attacked with her, black magic swirling from me. Others accompanied us, and witch magic and ether mixed in, soaring past our shoulders. Our friends had our backs, and while their power deflected off the guards' uniforms, when the cocktail of magics hit the Cambion, they were effective. The human-demon hybrid fell with a moan. For good measure, I shot off the demon-binding curse, preventing him from using his power if he woke before we got far enough away. Black magic did the rest, and our group tromped up the last few stairs and out the door. Cool night air filled my lungs as I emerged into the desert. Not able to relax just yet, I spun around, scanning the area. No one was there. The cars that the extra guards had arrived in sat a ways away, all turned off, not even a driver waiting inside. I took a full breath and turned to face my people, still spilling out of the doors of the facility like salmon swimming upstream. Though guards had not been able to annihilate us, I didn't believe that was the end of our troubles. This facility had too much to hide. The alarm system had to be linked somewhere else. Another base or armed facility. If it didn't get turned off, more humans, and perhaps even demons, would arrive soon. We need to get out of here. When the string of people petered out, Eva and I divided the group in half and began to count. 21 on my side, I said. 27 on mine, she replied. I did the math. 2 people were missing. Who's not here? I asked. Magdalena's missing, Simone announced. One wolf transformed into a human. She's gone, said Gregor, Dash's burly ginger mate. She was one of the first to go after the guards when they infiltrated. He must have known exactly what she was, because he didn't hesitate to stake her. I noticed Francis and Simone both stiffen. Though that was the only outward emotion they exhibited, they were trying to be brave, to lead. I'd have to give them my condolences later, in private. Okay, well, we're not going to go get her ashes, right? Eva said tentatively, clearly not wanting to upset the vampires. Not for Ash. Francis shot me a look, because he clearly thought I was about to go sprinting back in there and look for ash on the ground. Vampires rarely get to use the ash in our final death ceremony, so it's not necessary. We'll mourn without it. Who's the other missing person? Diana asked, looking around. Santa gasped, and hands flew over her mouth. Flynn, Prince Halid's cousin. I groaned. As great as having the additional ether-blessed fae on our side, I felt an extra responsibility to return those 3 to the prince. Sam stepped forward. I'll find him. Her chin wobbled, and I recalled seeing her and Flynn the night of the feast, close together, flirting. No, I'll do it, Simone said. You might find him, and even perhaps escape, but if he's injured, you'll never be able to carry him while you run or scale that fence. She nodded to the people she was carrying. Someone take these spies in case I have to fight off the guards. The bear shifters, who had been on the front line as we fought our way up the stairwell, each took a trembling prisoner on their backs. Simone approached the door. Don't wait for me. I'm fast. I'll meet you at the cars. What if you're not fast enough? Francis's voice cracked. Then leave me. I'll be fine. With that, Simone slipped through the facility door and disappeared. You heard her, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Let's go. We started running over the dry desert plain. Although I wasn't carrying anyone so that I could remain alert and fight, my lungs burned after only a few minutes. Next to me, Eva grabbed her scar and yelped. I tensed. Don't even tell me. She shot me a look. The Royals know we're here. What we did. I was afraid she'd say that. Chapter 33. By the time we reached the cars, my breath was thin, and my legs burned so badly that I thought I might collapse. I leaned on the hood of the car I'd ridden in earlier and pulled air into my lungs. At my side, Eva was sucking wind too, but unlike me, she seemed more alert, her eyes scanning the air. "What's up?" I asked. "Do you feel something else?" I hadn't felt a thing, but Eva was proving to be more sensitive in the burning scars department. "No, that's the problem. I think what I felt was Lucifer's anger. He knows what we did, where we are. But then the burning dimmed." Her blue eyes caught mine, full of fear. "That's never happened before. I think he's masking our connection. Holy shit." I brought my hand to my mouth in a half-assed attempt to cover the anxiety mounting within me. Eva was right. She had to be. There was no way Lucifer was just going to let us traipse away with powerful magicals who could fight his army. That my scar hadn't burned now seemed less strange. Perhaps Lucifer was the first to learn of our break-in, and had only told Ishtar after warning her to keep her anger under control. They're hiding their emotions from us. I hauled myself off the car and scanned the desert. The wolves and other shifters had transformed back into their human form. Everyone who had carried an injured and starved magical was helping settle them into the cars. Witches who weren't catching their breath, like Andre and Hunter, were helping too. Because the base was in the middle of nowhere, we'd driven in on one road. That meant we would have to drive out on one road, and if Eva was right, the royals knew what we'd done and where we were. We were sitting ducks. Memories of the hundreds of demons swirling out of the Hellgate filled my mind. There'd been so many. Now they'd bring their army here and demolish us in the middle of the New Mexico desert. The hair on the nape of my neck lifted. "They're coming and we'll be completely exposed," I murmured, my voice thin, laden with fear. "There's not even traffic to hide in." "Get us out of here, Odie," Eva choked out. "Andre," I pushed past my rising terror and yelled for the other warper. "Andre, I need you." "Just a sec," my friend called back as his head poked out of a car he'd just settled someone into. "What's up?" he asked after dashing our way. "The demons," I whispered, trying not to incite panic. "They're coming. Right now. We need to warp these people out of here." Andre stepped back and scanned the skies. "How do you—" "Our scars," Eva spat out. "Mine burned right after we broke the prisoners out. But now, Lucifer and Ishtar are muting their response." "Crap," he breathed. "How fast can they be here?" "Not sure," I answered, "but probably faster than we think." I didn't know of a type of demon who could transport others, like warpers, but I wouldn't be surprised if they existed. Even as I mulled that over, another possibility, one that could easily come to fruition, filled me with cold dread. The demons held spellcasters hostage. Professor Tittlebaum was trapped there, no doubt bound to the demon's will with black magic. And he was a powerful warper, one of the best. They could just use him. That was definitely what they'd do. "Actually, they have Tittlebaum, so expect them at any second," I amended, making Andre swear. "We have to get the others out of here," Andre said, twisting to face the group. All the prisoners were almost in the cars by now. "I'll get them out," Eva shrieked and pointed up. "Look!" My head snapped upward, and my heart stopped. Red lights, thousands of gleaming crimson eyes blinked in the sky. "There's no time to get them out of the car," I yelled. "Eva, tell everyone to get in the cars and aim for the warp holes. Andre, come with me." I grabbed his hand. In the crowd, Diana yelled his name. Hunter shot me a confused look. In reply, I pointed up as we dashed past him. A stream of expletives left my friend's mouth as he caught up with me. "We can't go back to the Spy Academy. You're not an approved warper," he reminded me. "Shit, where can we go?" "Not spellcasters either, but we needed a large building just like it, a fortress, somewhere secluded." I released Andre's arm. "Run in front of the car line. I'll be right there. I need to find a shifter or a vampire." Unable to help myself, my eyes snapped to the sky. The lights had crept closer. So much closer. I could even see flashes of fire. And the neon green glow of either a succubus or diva. I sprinted over to the first vampire I saw, Francis. "Was your school taken over by the demons?" And is it warded to keep away outsiders? His brows furrowed.
Why?
Answer the question.
I gestured above. He followed the motion and hissed. It's only worded to be invisible to humans in their planes. You've been there, so you should be able to get in. But I'm not sure it's safe.
What about the shifter school?
He shook his head. There are rumors that some turned packs attacked it, but I'm not sure. I whirled around, seeking Dasha, or her mates, or any shifter I knew. A roar rang through the night, much too loud, and my blood skittered in my veins. Ditching my quest for the shifters, I dashed back to Andre. Open a warp hole to Night Dwellers. I'll make one right next to you. I'll fend them off for as long as I can, yelled Hunter.
Me too,
Eva screamed as she ran up to us. I pushed them both behind me, and faster than I ever had before, I flung open a warp hole. As this one had to be large enough for cars to fit through, it took a bit more effort than normal. But after a few seconds, I got there. Andre was working to expand his, too, just a few steps behind. Drive through, I screamed at the closest car. The poor person behind the wheel, a shifter whose name I couldn't remember, stared back at me wild-eyed, his hands gripping the wheel. Hunter shot a blast of green magic that bounced off the car's hood to get the driver's attention. The shifter revved the engine and drove into the warp hole. Car after car passed through, and with each one, I breathed a little easier. A sense of relief flooded me when I noticed Dasha and the Tornas driving by and waving. When the last vehicle disappeared, I allowed myself to glance up again. The demons were still flying toward us, and were now close enough to be identifiable. Ishtar and Lucifer flew in the front, their wings beating, their eyes blazing red in the dark night sky. The Queen of Darkness curled her lips up at the sight of me. "Wait!" someone screamed in the distance. I broke my stare from Ishtar and whipped around. Simone sprinted toward us, Flynn's massive body hanging limp in her arms. I sucked in a breath as my attention darted between her and the demon horde. She was fast. But was she fast enough? "Andre, keep your warp hole open!" I screamed, releasing mine and twirling to face the demons. I nodded to Eva and Hunter. Fight them back. Dark magic rose within me, and taking aim, I let it fly. In the black of night, my trajectory was difficult to track, but Lucifer roared as my power pushed him backward. Shocked, Ishtar stopped flying, and every single little devil behind her halted too. "Ito Erazicus!" Eva cried, aiming for a diva complete with a cloud of swirling green noxious gas around it. A moment later, the gas disappeared. Eva had bound the demon's magic, rendering it powerless. The diva let out a screech and nosedived straight for her, but Hunter stepped in front of her. "Mort Sultumus," he yelled, pulling out the big guns, the killing curse for royals and greater demons. His spell hit, and seconds later, the diva splattered to the ground. Everyone seemed to still. "You dare use our magic against us?" Ishtar boomed. "You dare use magic born of darkness, girl?" My mouth dried up as she turned the full power of her horrible gaze upon me, and a ball of fire bloomed in her palms. I raised my hands, calling my black magic to defend me. And then, unexpectedly, a squeezing sensation engulfed my skull. I gasped. The fire had only been a diversion to do what she really wanted to do, possess me. "Tabitha, help." "On it." The ghost called back, and although I hadn't noticed before, I could tell that she was. If Tabitha wasn't already fighting, would Ishtar have possessed me by now? I dared to meet the queen's stare again, and saw that I was right. Smoke literally spewed from her nostrils, and her eyes gleamed a brighter red. She was furious. But unlike when I'd used black magic against her, she didn't scream her indignation. In fact, as I watched, she inched backward a little. The reason why materialized immediately. Ishtar didn't want to rage and storm, because others would know that I had a means of fighting off her possession. "There. I got her off you. Now get out of here. I'm not ready for round 2. Not wasting a moment, I twisted. Simone was almost to us. I waved. Faster. The raven-haired vampire's eyes narrowed, but she didn't shoot back any snark as she bore down, zooming toward us at unbelievable speed. My hair blew back a little as she flew through the warp hole and disappeared. "Hunter, Eva, go." I pushed my friends through the hole. Odie, your turn. Now. Andre pointed up, and I noticed that, while the Demon Queen and King hadn't moved, they had retaliated. Balls of flames, each the size of a smart car, were headed straight for us. I'd apparently become crazy, because the sight made me grin and wink.
Too slow.
Ishtar let out a shriek, and I stepped safely through Andre's portal.
Chapter 34.
Oh my God, Odie! Eva threw herself at me the moment I appeared in the mountain valley that surrounded night dwellers. Andre right on my tail. Are you okay? Her eyes ran over me, searching for any sign of injury. I grinned. I'm fine. Tabitha protected me from possession. It scared Ishtar. The words died on my lips. Although I'd felt proud just moments before, cocky even, now I realized that I'd made a terrible mistake. Before this, the royals might not have known that Eva and I could use black magic. They also might never have realized that they'd almost possessed us our first night back in this world. In fact, if they had, surely they would have tried again before now, right? A pit formed in my stomach. But tonight, the royals had seen with their own eyes what we could do. They learned we could keep them from our heads. And then, to rub it in, I'd winked. No matter how slight or dubious, we'd lost both advantages, and I was to blame. Shit! I clenched my fists. If I hadn't been so damn proud and just left, Eva gripped my arm. What happened? Eva, I'm so sorry. Ishtar and Lucifer know I'm protected against possession. I threw my hand over my eyes and squeezed hard, as if by doing so, I could will the truth away. They don't know the same about you, but I'm sure they'll guess. I lost us our advantage. But I'm here. So is the Fae. Simone appeared at our side and gestured to Flynn, passed out on the ground only a few feet away. You made a trade-off, Witch. One I appreciate. The vampire closed her eyes and shuddered. They would have fried me alive with those balls of fire. I couldn't run fast enough. When her eyes snapped back open, they landed on me. If I wasn't already dedicated to keeping you alive, I would be now. I'm in your debt. As we used to say centuries ago, a life for a life. My heartbeat slowed. Thank you. She was right. I had revealed both powers for a reason, to save her and Flynn. At least something good had come out of it. I gestured to the Fae she'd recovered. He's alive? She nodded. I think he got hit by something in one of those cells, but he's breathing. As if Flynn knew we were talking about him, his eyes opened. A second later, he scrambled up off the ground and swayed on the spot, disoriented and fearful. Hey, it's okay. We're safe. I reached out to steady him. When he recognized me, his shoulders loosened. That place was a nightmare. Flynn wiped his long white hair away from his face. We don't have to go back, right? I shook my head. No, we got the prisoners out. At the mention of the prisoners, I took in my surroundings for the first time. The car's headlights had been left on to illuminate our new surroundings after the others had driven through the warp hole. The vehicles themselves were parked every which way on Night Dweller's lawn. Our healthy magicals were checking that the injured and starved were in no worse condition than when we'd retrieved them. As we were in a mountain valley at night, it was cold, even in summer, and many of them were shivering. We needed to get them into beds, hydrated, and fed. My eyes sought Alex before I remembered that he wasn't there. Hopefully, he'd found Tiberius Thorn and other healers, because we'd need them. Simone, can you round up any other vamps who know the school well and have them lead the way to the healing wing? We don't have an infirmary, but I have a better idea. She darted off to confer with Francis. My lips parted in surprise, but after a moment's thought, her words made sense. Why would a vampire school have an infirmary? They were indestructible as long as no one decapitated them, stuck a stake in their hearts, or lit them on fire. I lifted my hands and waved to catch everyone's attention. Where's our healer? The woman who had identified herself as such at the Spy Academy stepped forward. Remind me of your name again? I said warily. Theodora. I've been a healer for decades.
Theodora, please follow Simone to a place where the injured can recover. Take a few able-bodied people to gather beds, too. I paused. Hey, Simone, one more thing? She was at my side in an instant. Does your school have a phone? I asked, aware of how dumb my request sounded. But I honestly wouldn't be able to locate one at Spellcasters, though I was sure the Academy must have one. Simone's eyebrows pulled together. The headmaster has one in his office. After I take the healer and ex-prisoners to Dracula Hall, I can show you. Alex had left me the number to Tiberius Thorne's home, in case something terrible happened, or we needed specific supplies. As it was the dead of night, I had hope that the famed healer was there. That would be great. I looked around at all the magicals being carried into the relative warmth of the Academy. I'll come with you right now. 2 hours later, it was going on 3 a.m., and I was blinking back tears. How did healers do this every day? We had lost 2 prisoners already, and one was barely holding on. It didn't help that we had no way to get them fluids, other than hold cups up to their lips. But most of them had been starved for days, and keeping water down proved difficult. Theodora was doing her best, but she was only one knowledgeable person, and had over 70 patients, all in critical need of care. More than anything, I hoped that the other healers would arrive soon. Although I knew it wasn't likely. When I'd gotten off the phone with Alex, he was just about to run out the door to meet with another of Thorne's students. And of course, Tiberius Thorne didn't carry a cell phone, the stodgy old fuddy-duddy. I'd told Alex to call my parents to arrange the quickest transport, as I'd be busy trying to keep the patients alive. Although they needed me here, I regretted not warping to Seattle and helping round up healers. At least there, I'd be gathering people and transporting them back. I could do that. But this? Oh no. My training from basic and intermediate healing courses was not enough to help these people. Miss, a raspy voice called out. I scanned the beds we'd brought down and laid on the ground. A hand waved weakly, the palm hovering only a couple of inches in the air. I knelt by the patient, an older man of perhaps 40, and read the name tag placed next to him. William. I wondered if he knew my parents. If not, he'd probably heard of them when he'd joined the PIA. What can I get you, William? I asked softly. I learned that a lot of patients had been kept in silence for weeks or months. As a result, their hearing was sensitive. More water, he croaked. And maybe a painkiller? My head hurts. I nodded. The vampires at Night Dwellers didn't use painkillers, but we had found a bottle in the outbuilding that they used for bloodletting. The painkiller was about the only thing in there, because the building hadn't been restocked after the last round of humans had been led into the academy and drained for sustenance. Francis claimed that after the process, before the humans left, alive, thank goodness, the vampire handlers pumped them full of IV fluids and drugged them up so they didn't hurt or recall a thing. I got the patient what he wanted and knelt down beside his mattress to hold his cup. Thank you, William said, once he'd drunk his fill and forced down the pill. He leaned his head back on the pillow. Might turn my stomach for a while, but after 2 years of pain, I can't wait for that pill to kick in. 2 years? Most of the other ex-prisoners I'd spoken to had been in the cells for only months. They said most didn't last longer than 3. The guards starved them, and if they were shifters, the inability to shift often drove them mad before they tried to kill themselves. That's eternity, I whispered. Yep. I shook my head, unable to believe how tough the man before me must be. 2 years. I thought back to my life then. I'd been in my internship, so confused, and a baby warper. At that point, I hadn't even suspected that the PIA, or a portion of it, could do something so terrible to its employees. An image of David Chena, the man I'd respected and later killed after he sent Alex to hell, arose in my mind. He'd lied to me about so many things, and specifically, these people. When we'd first gotten the patients settled in here, I'd done a lap and searched for the witch I'd seen, taken in for questioning during a PIA field trip in Cullingear. Witch who, as it turned out, had been spying on the demon lovers at the PIA. I assumed she'd been brought to the government facility, but she wasn't among the ones we rescued. In all likelihood, she was dead, just as Chena claimed. At least he hadn't lied about everything. My stomach tightened in anger that only subsided when the soft snores of the man on the mattress caught my ear. I glanced at William and smiled. He still looked awful, too thin, and with a mouthful of rotted teeth. But at rest, he looked peaceful. Knowing it wouldn't be my last, I lay on the ground next to him and soaked up that moment while I still could. Chapter 35. It took over 10 hours. An endless stretch of time when you're watching over people who might die at any moment. But finally, the vampires who'd run across the mountains to retrieve the newcomers returned right after lunch, carrying 7 more healers. The moment I glanced out the window and caught sight of Francis hauling butt down the mountain, I sprinted out of Dracula Hall. Rapid footsteps followed behind me. But I was the first to burst through the front door of the castle. "It took you longer than I thought," I said. Francis ground to a stop right in front of me, kicking loose rocks onto my shins. Even carrying Tiberius Thorn on his back and a full rucksack in his arms, the vampire wasn't half as out of breath as I was from running through the castle. "The wards around the academy confused the chopper's navigation," the vampire replied. "The helicopters landed in the wrong spot, miles off." Well, that was annoying. But I couldn't be too mad. The enchantments ensured no humans came close to this place, making it more secure. And if my parents hadn't called in a couple of favors to their rich friends and borrowed the helicopters, it would have taken even longer. "One person is barely holding on," I reported. Tiberius hopped off Francis's back, nimble for such an old man, and stretched before holding out his hand for the sack the vampire carried. "Show me to them." "Please take him," I said to a fae who had been helping me tend to the ex-prisoners. Before Tiberius had even entered the doors to the castle, Simone screeched to a stop beside me and grinned mischievously. A wind-swept Alex blinked, and then, seeing that I was right there, hurled himself off Simone's back. "Odie, you're safe. Simone told me everything about that terrible place." He crushed me against his broad chest. "And the demon horde at the end," she added, setting the leather bag she carried on the ground. Inside, glass tinkled. I hoped that the old-fashioned doctor's bag was full of vials of antibiotics and other meds. The patients needed all the help they could get. "It was horrific, but we're here now. Safe," I assured my boyfriend, who was holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. I squirmed a little, and he let up just enough to look me in the eye. "There are so many people who need you," I told him. "We tried to help. The one real healer on site is doing all she can, but—" "Lead the way," he insisted. When we entered Dracula Hall, Alex drew in a breath. "All these people were there?" "Locked up tight in the bottom of the secret government facility." I cleared my throat, trying not to cry. There were other things there, too. Magical creatures. One of the vampires claims he saw an alien. "An alien?" Alex echoed. "Wardwell, get your ass over here." Tiberius Thorn's voice boomed over the hush of the room. Alex's blue eyes widened, and he leaned over to kiss me on the cheek. "I've been summoned. We're triaging first. That will probably last a few hours, but then we'll rotate 9-hour shifts. Mine starts early tomorrow, so I'll see you later." "If you aren't already off, I'll come get you for dinner. We're sharing a room right next to Hunter and Eva." Alex smiled. "Kinda like old times." I returned his sweet smile because I knew what he meant, that he was trying to be optimistic, even though in reality, everything had changed. If only it were like old times. After checking to see if the healers and those assisting them needed anything, I left the hall. I hadn't gotten far when Francis and Simone joined me. "The helicopter pilot said he'd return as soon as he could. Apparently your parents and a few others from the Fae Academy want to join us." Francis took a drink out of a glass. His lips stained crimson, and a wash of blood coated his white teeth. I repressed a shudder, because he couldn't help it if what he ate was repulsive. Plus, we needed the vampires in top form. If that meant they had to drink every bit of blood from the supply their academy had on hand, then so be it. Okay, I said, relieved that older adults would be arriving and taking charge. We could use more people, although I'm not sure it's safe. I gestured out the front door. Night Dwellers was located in the middle of the valley, surrounded by mountains. Tall, craggy mountains, without roads leading in. It was fine for the vampires, since most of them could scale the peaks within minutes and run through the forest to the nearest town with little effort. But we all had to leave at some point, and although Night Dwellers had been a great choice at the moment, now I sort of wish we had chosen somewhere more level. What if we need to make a fast exit? The school is hidden from humans, but magicals can find it, specifically flying demons. With the number of injured and sick we have, getting out in time will be impossible. Simone heaved a sigh. You're right. We're too isolated and in a bad battle position. Not that the Fae Academy isn't in the middle of nowhere, but at least they're better warded. She clicked her tongue in thought. Sooner or later, we will have to leave and reconvene in one spot, and then coordinate an attack. An attack. On spellcasters. It was the only reasonable solution. The demons had made my academy their seat of power in the human world. I was sure that they'd chosen it to frustrate and infuriate us. Spellcasters was isolated, in the middle of the main wilderness. Only one long road went past it, and the nearest small town was miles away. Really, the academy's location was terrible, a poor choice for a seat of power, unless it had been selected to hurt specific people. Or lure them in. I sighed. We can cover that when the others get here. Subconsciously, we had been walking toward the library. I hadn't been inside it the first time I'd visited Night Dwellers, but while we'd been waiting for the healers, I had needed to retrieve a few books. Tomes on how to help those who were dying. Books that showed me how to heal wounds, or taught me how to reintroduce foods to someone who had been starved for weeks on end. I'd even had to read up on how to deal with an ether-blessed fae, because their power over the fifth element could make healing tricky and painful if done incorrectly. The magicals who hadn't been helping to heal the ex-prisoners or keeping lookout for enemies had congregated in the library. After what we'd witnessed at the Dulce base prison, most of them wanted to be together. That, and many wished to avoid wandering the castle alone. The questionable decor, heavy on blood reverence, meant Night Dwellers was creepy as hell. The moment we entered the massive, Gothic-inspired library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, I caught sight of Dasha waving. Hey, I greeted her. Have you seen Hunter and Eva, or Diana? Dasha shook her head. But Gregor, the burliest of her mates, pointed to the right corner of the room. I saw them when I was looking for a book. They're in the very back. Look to be settled in, too. Thanks, I really need to talk to them. But let's chat later, I said, and went to find my friends. At my approach, Eva's gaze shot up from the book she'd been reading. Her eyes widened. Are they back? Yeah, I replied. Thank goodness. I'd been up since yesterday, performing tasks that I wasn't great at, and fearing failure every step of the way. To say I was exhausted was the understatement of the year. Once they brought me up to speed on the happenings around the castle, I was going to take a nap. What are you guys researching? I gestured to the books. Battle tactics, Diana answered, her lips curled up smugly. So what did you find? I can tell it's good. It seemed that, whatever it was, she had just found it, because both Hunter and Eva shut their books to listen. Diana's proud expression only grew as she twisted the book around to face us. Who knows if it's true? I haven't encountered it in any of the other books, but that doesn't mean anything. It only has to be correct.
Can you please just spit it out, Wake?
Hunter said, his tone tight. Clearly someone else needed a nap, too. Diana shot him an annoyed glare before continuing.
Anyway, this book claims that if someone can kill a royal demon, Her intense gaze lifted to latch with mine, sending a shiver down my spine. Those sworn to that specific royal will also perish.
Chapter 36.
How's everyone getting to Wanstown? I asked as I led Hunter, Eva, and Diana outside into the fresh mountain air that would help me stay awake. I still wanted a nap, but after Diana dropped the bomb that we might only need to kill the 6 royal demons rather than 1,000 peons, my brain was abuzz.
The recruits that Headmaster Ezra and Headmistress Crystalla gathered are already flying into Maine,
Hunter replied. Since we'd turned up at Night Dweller's Academy, he had been largely in charge of developing a battle strategy, a task that suited his skill set.
They're arriving in small batches so as not to attract unwanted attention. The airport isn't that large. From there, they'll trickle into the town.
Through the woods, not via the road, Eva clarified for me.
Yep.
Hunter slid his arm around his lady.
Townspeople are waiting at checkpoints with ATVs to transport them.
I nodded. If they used the road, they would drive straight past Spellcasters. And if they tried that, who knew if they'd make it to Wanstown? Great. Numbers?
650 when we return from ferry.
Hunter shrugged.
More people join every hour. We'll only know the exact numbers when we get there.
Wanstown is so small. I trailed off. Was there resistance to this plan? Have the people who live there been safe? Any demon visitors to the town since they took the academy? They're good with the plan, Diana said. Mother made calls to the residents, and they wanted to help. Many fled already, because a few demons have popped by, wreaking havoc. Not as many or as often as you'd guess, but often enough to spook some people. Actually, to hear Miss Iris tell it, the stronger greater demons and royals have been completely absent. I wonder why they haven't attacked the town, Eva mused. It clearly has a relationship with spellcasters. Miss Iris's father was even a headmaster. It was true, and Miss Iris's cafe was a favorite pit stop for PIA agents, crooked or not. Diana shrugged. Apparently the demons have been largely confined to the academy. Whatever the reason, we need to take advantage of that. Her arms swung, hands clenched into tight fists, hinting that while the headmistress's daughter was trying to play it cool, inside she was really pissed. Word has it that at least half the town stayed behind.
If our fighters get here early, will they be okay with people invading their town?
Hunter asked. Diana nodded. Mother has already mentioned that people will be arriving and will need spots to stay. Luckily, it's such a tight-knit community that a lot of Wanstown residents have keys to their neighbors' homes. If a home is empty, those who arrive early will use it until we join. I let out a long breath. Things were coming together, and my parents and other leaders were scheduled to arrive in the early evening. I'd hoped they'd bring more good news. In the meantime, we'd spar, practice magic, and care for the ex-prisoners. You all saw the demons. I began to broach the question that had been on my mind since the night in London. The one I hated considering, but couldn't avoid any longer. How many would you estimate there were? Hunter cleared his throat.
I can't remember much of that night, aside from the fact I was nearly shitting myself the entire time.
His emerald gaze dropped to the ground, indicating that he didn't like what he was about to say.
But if I had to guess, I would say 1,000 demons flew out of the Hellgate. Maybe more.
I closed my eyes briefly. It was more than I wanted to believe, but either way, we were outnumbered. So outnumbered. Okay, I said, trying to sound stronger than I felt, while also changing the subject to something that didn't make ice flow through my veins. And we've been making sure everyone who joins knows the druid spells too, right? Even since we've been here? Diana nodded. We haven't kept any of that information secret. Witches practice them in Fairy, and have been doing so here, too. The information has been passed along to those we haven't met, too. The recruits joining us in Wanstown. Although rumor has it that few people have had success with them. It figured. The druids were powerful. It made sense that not everyone could make their spells work. Still,
disseminating the information was worth a shot. We were about to turn onto a trail that led up the mountain a ways, and then jogged parallel to the valley floor, when I caught a flash of movement in the woods. "Hey there," I called out, not wanting to startle the person when we appeared on the trail. No one answered, although I thought I saw a flash of stark white run deeper into the forest, away from us. My eyebrows furrowed as my hand fell to my demon dagger, nowadays always on my hip. Did I just hallucinate, or did I really see someone? I wasn't really paying attention to the scenery, Eva admitted. "I didn't see anything either," Hunter said. Diana gave me a concerned look. "When was the last time you slept, Dane? Did you get to nap at all when you were taking care of the prisoners?" I shook my head.
"I haven't really rested since we arrived. I'll try to squeeze in a nap so I'm fresh when Mom and Dad arrive. They'll want a thorough debrief, and I need to be on my game."
After 3 more claims that I'd spotted someone in the empty forest, Eva insisted that we cut our nature walk short and return to Night Dweller so that I could lie down. Since I felt like I was going a touch crazy, I didn't argue. Hours later, as the summer afternoon slipped gradually into evening, Eva woke me and told me that a runner had spotted choppers. It seemed that my parents had pulled a few more strings to get additional rides into the mountains. This time, there were 10 aircraft, swelling our numbers greatly. The new arrivals should be here at any minute. I rolled out of bed and stretched. My spine popped, all the way up to my neck. I sighed, feeling like a new woman. Eva had washed my clothes while I slept, and they were still warm from the dryer as I put them on. I glanced down at my all-black outfit, chosen specifically for our prison infiltration, and loosed a breath. There was no longer any remnant of blood from the prison break, or my caring for patients. "Thanks for doing the wash," I said. There had been so much going on that I hadn't even thought about my appearance. "I got you, girl. Now come on. Let's go meet the new arrivals." She grabbed my hand, and I followed her through the castle. When we made it to the front entrance, a small group had already gathered, including Diana, Alex, Hunter, and the Torna twins. I sidled up to Alex, who gave me a squeeze. "Sleep well, sweets?" "I feel much better, ready to take on the world again." "That's my babe." Next to us, the Torna sisters whispered to one another and started giggling. I arched an eyebrow. "What's going on?" Santa responded to my question with a sly smile. "Headmistress Crystalla should be coming in today, too," Ayla replied, more serious than Santa. "She was trying to recruit more Fae, a last-minute push. Luvan and Volwyn are with her," Santa added, nudging her sister's side, causing telling patches of pink to bloom on Ayla's cheeks. I cocked my head to the side. I'd seen Volwyn dancing with Santa and Fairy, but other than that, the guys had been notably absent. "About that, I thought they had sworn allegiance to you or something. Where have they been?" "They're sworn to us," Santa said. "We insisted that they travel with Headmistress Crystalla. Our parents hated that, but too bad, so sad. Before you returned from the past, our headmistress was putting herself at the most risk," Ayla explained further. "Santa was safe in Fairy. I was with Andre and Sam. Andre could get us anywhere at a second's notice. But the headmistress was approaching powerful Fae and demi-Fae in this realm, sometimes daily. Even after Queen Aquatia gave us soldiers, Headmistress Crystalla continued to contact high-powered families. Since she began her mission, we knew that one of them turned out to be in a league of demons. She would need help. So the guys went with her. They provided muscle so others could think twice before messing with her," Santa finished. "But man, have we missed them." Ayla's cheeks turned a deeper red, and my lips curled up in a smile. "Yeah, I bet." "There they are," someone cried out and pointed to the top of the mountain. I craned my neck to find 36 vampires stampeding over the mountain ridges. Although they were too far away for me to make out their features, I knew that others clung to their backs. Headmistress Wake, my parents, and my friends' parents among them. My heart began pounding faster as the sprinting vampires neared.
When they were close enough that I could make out the faces of each vampire and the person they carried, I tilted my head in confusion. Is my dad carrying somebody? Eva squinted. It looks like it. Maybe the person passed out and he had to save them? It wasn't until the vampire carrying my dad ground to a stop in front of us that I realized something was wrong. Dad's face was red with anger, and he handled the person he carried roughly as he leapt off the vampire's back. "Dad!" I cried. "What's happening?" He pulled the limp body of the other person behind him, still taking no care at all for their well-being, even though they were clearly passed out.
The helicopters had just landed, and we were dividing up the supplies we'd brought for our easier transport when your mom saw someone sneaking out of the woods and into a chopper.
My stomach dropped.
This vampire had been lying in wait for us to land.
Dad held up the unconscious woman he was dragging behind him. Her skin was pale and her shirt stark white, like I'd seen on our hike.
She said that she came with the first round of healers, as a spy. Who invited her?
He snarled. The group fell silent as everyone exchanged nervous glances. When it was clear no one was going to fess up, my eyes darted down to the vampire's face. I recognized her from that morning, and recalled thinking how strange it was that a vampire would be a healer. But Alex had mentioned that a few extra people had wanted to help, and I'd been so desperate for the real healers to take over that I'd forgotten all about her. She was especially easy to forget as I hadn't seen the vampire much since, probably because she'd been hiding in the woods, listening to my friends and me discuss our numbers and the state of the army. "This is only a fraction of our people, and the rest are inside," I said. "We should ask the others." Dad's eyes bored into me.
"That's exactly what we'll do, P. In the meantime, everyone else, gather your things. This vamp had already used the helicopter's radio by the time she got caught. I'm fairly certain she's given away our location."
He drew in a long, hard breath. Our enemies might arrive at any minute. Chapter 37. The spy had tagged along with the healers after one of Tiberius's crew asked her to lend a helping hand. Little did the healer know the vampire wouldn't help at all. She would only screw us over. The poor, distraught healer had no idea that their old friend had gone to the dark side, but once we found the small demon stone in the vampire's pocket, there was no denying we had been compromised. Dad was right. It was only a matter of time until our enemies showed up. Hours, if we were lucky. Minutes, if they forced Professor Tittlebaum to warp. We had to leave. Fast. Hunter slammed his fist on one of the many tables dotting the room.
"People are already assembling in Wanstown. What's stopping us from joining them?"
"It's true," Headmistress Crystalla said. "I sent the Fae army there yesterday. Already, more Fae and other magicals have been arriving too."
"Do they have room for the patients?"
Alex asked. "A lot of them can't move, and we can't transport them more than once. They might not survive it." Hunter rubbed at his neck, clearly having forgotten all about the people in Dracula Hall.
"I doubt it. Some homes are empty, but Wanstown is small. If something major happens, we won't be able to get them to a hospital in time. Driving past Spellcasters is out of the question."
"It's not an ideal location anyway," Dad said, and all eyes in the room snapped to him. He might have left the spy community years ago, but every time he spoke up, people listened right away.
"I agree that we have to leave, but I think that means splitting up."
Dad's gaze scanned the crowd.
"Is Tiberius here?"
Alex shook his head. "He's still with the patients. What do you need?"
"The healers won't be able to come with us. We'll need them. But those freed prisoners should take priority. They need to go with Thorn. How much room does he have in his home office?"
Alex furrowed his eyebrows. 10 beds. Not enough for how many people need help. Mom moved next to Dad. "Perhaps the other healers can take some prisoners to their homes?" Alex mulled this over and finally nodded.
"It'll stretch the healers, but it could work."
His eyes drifted to me.
"One warper, preferably Odie, can focus on getting our fighters to Wanstown. From there, we can start gathering the army and making a plan. Andre can deal with healer logistics."
I gulped. "Minus you. You're not going with them." Alex looked torn. Healing was his life's calling. He'd always excelled at it.
He was the best in our year. I had no doubt that one day he'd be one of the best in the world. Still, I couldn't let him leave my side. Not now. Alex, you have to go with Odette. Alex's father grabbed his son by the shoulder. Although he was trying to be strong, his voice was thick with emotion. The Royals want you both, which means you two have a lot of power and leverage. Use it wisely. We'll take care of your patients, baby. Alex's mother laid a hand on her son's arm. We've never been great fighters anyway. At that, my boyfriend's shoulders lowered in relief. Thank you. That means a lot, knowing that you'll watch over them, and that you'll be safe.
Safer,
Hunter said.
I doubt any of us are safe, no matter where we are, particularly if we fail.
A hush fell over the room. Hunter was spot on. When Dad began speaking again, giving orders and sending people to fetch items, Alex left to help prepare the patients for extraction. I stood back to let my parents and Headmistress Wake take care of the details. I didn't have anything of value besides my Hellblade, and I kept that on my person at all times, so I was all set. It was a relief to let those with more experience lead. Once Dad finished giving commands, we moved to the entryway. It was closer to Dracula Hall, which allowed us to move the patients a shorter distance. It also offered the beneficial view of the surrounding mountains. We'd know right away if our enemies arrived. You're not going to be able to help warp us straight into Wanstown, honey, Mom said. The town has wards. Due to its proximity to the school, it always has. But there are woods outside the town that we can land in. Diana stepped forward. There's a cottage, not too far out of the village, that would be a solid landmark for you to warp to. Butcher Cottage. Do you have a photo? I asked. Considering we had little room for error, I wanted to be precise. No, but Tabitha has been there with me before. You should ask her to show it to you. My spine straightened. Freaking brilliant. I'll try it. Hey, Tabitha, did you hear that? Of course I did. I hear everything you do. See everything you see. Her tone was short, as it had been so often in life. Feel? The ghost in my head snorted. I don't feel everything you feel. It's muted, like touching skin through fabric. I can show you better than I can explain it. I tilted my head to the side. Okay, I said out loud, despite the fact we'd been speaking telepathically the entire time. Show me. A sensation like a cloud rolling through my mind overtook me. I gasped as the haze encompassed everything. My thoughts, how I saw the world around me, my inner senses. And then I saw Wanstown. I'd visited the cozy little settlement many times before. Through Tabitha's eyes, the village didn't look much different. Smallish, quaint, charming. A rare town that didn't have to hide its magical nature. But as Tabitha walked me through it, she took a route I had never seen. We wound through the cemetery and into the woods surrounding the area. We kept going, down a trail that was so faint, one might miss it even if they were trying to follow it. She sped up, and the memory fast-forwarded. Although she gave me a bit of motion sickness, I just placed my hand on my stomach and let it ride, allowing Tabitha to drive. Moments later, the cabin came into view. It was decrepit, with the front door busted off its hinges and the windows smashed. That's where they want to go? I asked incredulously. It's a shithole for sure, Tabitha said. But it's also outside of the town's wards, and no one goes there. Unless they were somehow forced to tell the demons. I'm sure the residents wouldn't mention Butcher Cottage. I allowed my mind to shift into Tabitha's vision once again, taking in the cabin and the surrounding area, peaceful and empty. Then it's perfect, I replied. Andre had already been hard at work for a few minutes, asking healers where they needed to go and making a reference list of who was going where. Alex was already back and rapidly prepping bags of supplies for the healers to take. The patients were trickling into the entryway, and Andre opened a warp hole to the first healer's home. Once the healer confirmed he'd gotten it right, the shuttling of ex-prisoners began. It was then that I noticed others were watching me, waiting. I scanned the crowd. It had grown while Tabitha showed me her memory. Most everyone was present.
People know to hurry, P, Dad said. Best to get the show on the road. I rubbed my hands together and inhaled deeply.
All right, is everyone ready? I'm going to open a warp hole to Butcher Cottage, outside of Wanstown. The crowd nodded in unison. Using Tabitha's image to guide me, I opened a warp hole. No one moved. I cleared my throat. You just walk through. Still, no one came even an inch closer. It hit me then that they were scared. Not by the warp hole, but by what could be on the other side. Demons were rife around the academy, and walking into the wrong place at the wrong time was a distinct possibility. Saying they were ready was much easier than acting. Wasn't that always the truth? Words were always easier than action.
My gaze cut to my close friends, and understanding my intention, Alex handed the packing task off to another healer, and they all approached.
One by one, Eva, Hunter, Diana, and Alex disappeared through the portal. I watched the cautious faces of others, those who I didn't know very well, as they watched them. When no screams came from the other side of the portal, people relaxed, and the stream of fighters quickened. 15 minutes later, only the Danes remained. That took more energy than I thought it would, I admitted, wiping a stream of sweat from my brow. Though this warp hole had been much smaller than the one I'd created to New Mexico, because there were more people here, I'd had to maintain it for longer. I've never held a warp hole open for so long.
You did a wonderful job, P,
Dad replied, his voice proud.
You've been doing so well throughout all of this.
Warmth spread through me. Thanks, Dad. I let them go first, and then stepped through behind them. My feet had just touched down on dirt, the scent of pine in the early evening flooding my nostrils, when a scream cut through the chatter. My heart rate ratcheted up, and my eyes darted over the crowd in time to catch a middle-aged woman fall, followed by a fae. And then I saw a winged woman with glowing red eyes set in a human face. A cambion. I flew into motion, calling my shadows, and sprayed a spider web of blackness over the crowd. My aim was true, and it wrapped around the demon's neck and cinched tight. Once I had her locked down, another net flew from me, and I bundled her up. You bitch! Someone screamed, and green acid soared toward me. Oh, hell no! Eva's voice filled my ears, and she sent a wave of darkness to gobble up the succubus's poison right before it slammed into my stomach. Pivoting, she sent her own net of darkness at the greater demon. The succubus growled, but when Eva's demon magic hit her, she crumpled to the ground with a screech. 2 demons down. Were there more hiding nearby?
Everyone spread out.
Hunter gripped Eva's wrist, studying her as he took charge.
Look for anyone with red eyes.
Why were they here? Eva asked. This was supposed to be safe ground. After realizing that one was wearing thick tights and no skirt, it took only a few minutes of searching the cottage to deduce why the demons were in the area. We found a skirt, a cardigan, and 2 pairs of shoes in the cottage. Please don't tell me you used this disgusting cabin to get your jollies. I approached the demons with a sneer on my face. We use it for privacy, the succubus snapped. There are so many of us at that dreadful school that alone time is hard to find. So many of us. Freaking wonderful.
How many more are there in the area, in Wanstown?
Hunter was holding his totem to the succubus's neck. I couldn't help but notice that he despised the succubus in particular, probably because that was the exact race of demon that had scarred Eva. So many, the demoness said with a smirk. They'll be here any minute now. A pit formed in my stomach, only to vanish a moment later when Eva spoke. She's lying. I twisted to face my best friend. How do you know? Ephraim told me. He can hear what's in her mind. The succubus growled, and Hunter's blade pressed tighter against the skin of her neck. For instance, she's thinking right now that she would like nothing more than to pour her acid all over me, finish the job that the other succubus started. Eva's voice got tighter as she spoke.
Oh, hell no,
Hunter said, and without further preamble, he sliced the demon's neck open. She fell to the ground, blood spilling on the dirt around her. The room quieted. We were here for a war, but no one had expected that. A heartbeat later, Hunter dragged his eyes up from the body of the demon.
I'm sorry, it's just that she threatened Eva and...
Alex placed a hand on his cousin's forearm. We get it. It was a little startling, but we understand. It was only then that I became aware of the Cambion growling low in her throat. You're going to let him do that? Kill somebody and not get reprimanded? Her burning red eyes flashed up at me with pure loathing. It seems you're not as different from us as you think. Don't try to screw with my head, I said. It won't work.
If you want to live more than the next minute, you'll leave my daughter alone and answer my questions.
Dad's magic, a burning ball of silver, swirled in his hand.
Believe me, I know all the sacred incantations, and I'm not afraid to use them.
The Cambion sneered.
Are there any demons in Wanstown right now?
Dad asked. Murmurs ran through the crowd. The Cambion didn't answer, merely smirked and crossed her arms over her chest, the gesture awkward in the net of black magic. A few seconds later, Eva piped up. No demons in Wanstown. There's some sort of ritual ceremony happening at the school tonight, a celebration that requires every demon's presence. So they're all there, preparing for a party. But these two idiots decided to sneak away. Okay, then maybe we can get in without notice, I reasoned, unable to hide my tone of shock at Eva's, or perhaps Ephraim's, ability to read the demon's mind. That could be very useful. Not bloody likely, the Cambion said, earning my attention once more. We're going to smash you. My dad, apparently done with his questioning, allowed the ball of magic to ignite the demon. Her screams rang through the woods for only a moment before quieting. Then her body fell limp.
That's all we need to know, Dad said. Let's move.
Chapter 38. We had to work quickly to gather those who were waiting for us in Wanstown. Thankfully, Diana and Headmistress Wake knew just who to ask to coordinate things. Miss Iris, the owner of Potions and Pastries, a sweet little cafe in the heart of town, led the charge. Less than an hour later, her business was packed with Fey warriors and others prepared for battle. Most from this realm were dressed in casual dark clothes that didn't hinder movement, or black athletic attire and tennis shoes, myself included. The Fey warriors wore lightweight metal and leather armor. When juxtaposed with the floral curtains, bright little nosegays on the tables, and dainty French country decor of the cafe, we looked very out of place. Since fitting 800 people into Potions and Pastries was out of the question, a spell had been placed on the surrounding businesses. It was like one big video call, where the speaker in the designated speaking area would be amplified to the other businesses. Magic is so cool, I thought, sitting at the edge of the staging area Miss Iris had created. We have to approach from the woods. Headmistress Wake addressed the room and all those beyond it. Should we drive up the road to be a little closer? Then we can enter the woods at that point? Howley asked. I've never been here, but I heard the academy is a few miles away. The headmistress shook her head. No driving. For those of you who are not familiar with the academy, there's one road that bypasses the main gates. The gate itself is enchanted. Only those of witch blood know the password, or those who have already been approved may enter. Clearly, the demons either have insider knowledge from the PIA, or they've bypassed my precautions. Either way, I believe that the front gate is off limits. We need to be stealthier. Also, the road has been teeming with demons these past few weeks, Miss Iris added. They haven't come into town too often, though when they do, they always wreak havoc. None of us have had the guts to stand up to them, an elderly woman resident piped up. He wouldn't be fighting, but he still wanted in on the action. Not with the royals so nearby. I cocked my head. I wonder why they simply haven't demolished the town. That approach would make sense. Eva chewed on the inside of her cheek, particularly if they're trying to lure us in. I suspect that's the point. They don't need to lure us in, Headmistress Wake offered. They know we'll come. Maybe they don't suspect us tonight, or tomorrow, maybe not even next week, but they know that someday we will show up to take back the school. And if they believe that, they'd do well to always be prepared. Goosebumps pebbled my arms. So if they know we're coming, and they want us to show up, what's the point of attempting to sneak up on them? A hush fell over the room. I hadn't wanted to bring everybody down, but if the demons were already expecting us, the road would be faster. Headmistress Wake's chocolate brown eyes took me in, seemingly understanding what was going through my mind. Miss Dane, I know the best way to enter my academy. I understand that you have a key role in this war, but I need you to trust me on this one. My lips pressed together, and a moment later, I nodded. Okay, where should we go? Once again, I was riding astride a massive white wolf. This time, I didn't fear falling off of Dash's back as she sprinted through the forest. In fact, I kind of enjoyed it. Was it because death was so close, or at least the threat of it? We would be arriving at Spellcasters with a contingent of 800 people, give or take a handful. No one was foolish enough to think that we would all make it out alive. I banished the thought, gripped Dash's fur tightly, and closed my eyes. Everyone that came here with you will leave alive. Of course, I was lying to myself, coming up with a mantra that would never manifest. But if I'd learned one thing over the years, it was that if I didn't put it out there, I didn't stand a chance of it coming true. So I would think positively, up until the moment I couldn't any longer. At the head of our group, just a few yards in front of Dasha and her mates, Headmaster Ezra slowed. Begrudgingly riding on his back, Headmistress Wake pointed to the right, and he diverted a few feet before coming to a stop. The wolves changed course and joined them. When we arrived, Headmistress Wake was already standing on her own 2 feet and brushing herself off to look more dignified, not like somebody who had just piggybacked through the woods. "Is this it, Mother?" asked Diana curiously as she dismounted from Simone's back. It had come as a shock to me that Diana had known nothing of the magical back gate that prevented entrance from the woods and contained students on the property. Then again, it probably shouldn't have surprised me. Her mother always tried to keep Diana on a level playing field with the rest of the students so as not to incite claims of nepotism. So the secret gate had come as a surprise to everyone, Headmistress Wake excluded. The leader of spellcasters assured us that the secret gate was only to be opened in the most dire of circumstances. Of course, the gate and the fence that extended from it kept students inside academy grounds, but it had primarily been created in case those inside the school ever needed a hidden escape route. According to Headmistress Wake, this would be the first time it was ever used, and we would be using it for the opposite reason. Not to escape a school under siege, but to infiltrate spellcasters. Headmistress Wake nodded in answer to her daughter's question. "It's somewhere very close by. I can feel it." She closed her eyes and reached her hand out, feeling along an invisible line. "Miss Iris's father showed it to me the day before I took over this position. It's been many years, but the area hasn't changed much. The enchantment around it assures this. So the head of spellcasters might always find it easily." It took her a few more moments of searching before she stopped suddenly. "Here we are." Headmistress Wake's eyes drifted away from the invisible fence that no one could see, scanning the large crowd behind it. Almost everyone had arrived, or at least it seemed that way, because I couldn't see any more streaks of shifters or vampires running through the woods, nor could I hear the fluttering wings of Fae overhead. Headmistress Wake's gaze cut to me. "Are you ready, Odette? Alex? Eva?" Although she did not say his name, she looked at Hunter too. Simultaneously, we nodded, as the weight of what was about to happen crashed down around us. Without another word, the headmistress turned her back to us and pressed her hands forward. Blue magic, the same color that guarded the gate at the front of the school, poured from her, illuminating an invisible fence set a few feet back from the real iron fence that we would have to scale in just moments. The headmistress began muttering words, pausing only for a breath before issuing a spell. "Dominum princeps." There was a click like a latch unlocking, a shimmering of the air. Then, a gate glowing blue with magic swung toward us.
Headmistress Wake twisted to face the crowd behind her.
If you've never been here before, welcome to Spellcasters Spy Academy.
Chapter 39. Our army advanced through the thick, dark woods until the leaders motioned for them to split. We divided into 6 large battalions, intent on attacking spellcasters from all 4 tower entrances, as well as the front and back doors. Diana was in charge of leading our team to the back left corner of the school, the staff wing, while the more seasoned spies, like Headmistress Wake and my parents, took the primary entrances alongside a large contingent of Fae soldiers. As the night was relatively young, the older spies assumed the demons would still be celebrating their demonic holiday in one of the larger gathering halls, which were more accessible through the primary doors. Our parents had chosen their attack points in an effort to protect us, but I wished that they hadn't. The thought was nice, but I wasn't getting out of battle tonight without facing Ishtar. Trying to protect me wasn't really doing me any favors. It was just drawing out the inevitable. How many people mastered the druid spells? I asked Hunter, who had been in charge of teaching them to as many people as he could in Fairy, then later at Night Dwellers, and for a few minutes in Wanstown. He shook his head.
Maybe 3 dozen. All generally older witches.
Alex swore under his breath. Guys, just because a spell is more potent doesn't mean it's the be-all and end-all. Eva reasoned correctly. We still have Nex for lesser demons and more Sultumus for greater and royal demons. Her voice trailed off. She knew the last spell was the most difficult of all. And we have us, too, I said, feeling the need for positivity. Shh. Diana hushed us and pressed her finger to her lips. We are almost there. I would take her word for it. Spellcasters was eerily dark, and the wilds of Maine were thick as molasses, making it difficult to see. We'd gone a dozen more yards when Diana twisted back around to check that we were all still following close behind. I watched as her blue eyes tried to count, and then stopped, probably realizing it was pointless. We'd divided up, but the groups were still large, as there were only so many entry points into the academy. And unlike our usual missions, in which staying together was paramount, we all knew that once we were inside, it would be a free-for-all. As long as I stayed with my best friends and Diana, I was fine with that.
We should have formed even smaller groups,
Diana muttered, twisting to catch my eyes before she let out a yelp and tripped over something. She fell to the ground, her hands catching her just before she face-planted. I scurried forward to help her up, and caught sight of the thing she'd fallen over. No, not a thing. A person. Registering the blood, my gaze shot up. I focused on the face, and bile climbed up my throat. Trying to be strong, I swallowed, forcing it back down as I yanked Diana to her feet. People gathered around, all staring in horror at the body laying sprawled out before us. Even Diana, usually stoic, trembled with emotion. The corpse's torso is split open, from neck to navel, innards spilling out. The vision would have been disgusting and horrific enough, but to make it worse, I recognized the girl. Jasmine. My voice wobbled. No. A hand clamped down on my shoulder. Were you close to her? Santa's voice was calming, trying to bring me back down from what could easily turn into a total meltdown. I shook my head. No, not really, but she was in my ear. Jasmine Sahani had been among the many students who had disliked me for the majority of last year, but near the end of the term, before I'd traveled back in time, she'd apologized. I wondered if she was dead because she stood up for us. Hopefully, she had just tried to escape. I couldn't bear the idea that someone had died to stand up for me.
I'm sorry. Ayla came up along my other side. But be prepared. We will see more death tonight.
My throat closed up, but I nodded, as stoically as possible. Of course we would see death. I'd known that. I just hadn't expected the first body to be someone I knew, or that it would happen out here, in the peaceful woods. The demons left her out here on purpose. The thought struck me cruelly, but I knew deep in my soul I was right. We pulled ourselves together and continued to trudge toward the academy.
Soon enough, I realized that finding Jasmine's body was just the beginning of what would turn out to be a horror-filled walk through the woods. The closer we got to the academy, the more corpses littered the forest. Each one seemed relatively fresh, as if put there just for us. They were from every class, and the demons didn't seem to discriminate by any measure I could determine. They hated all spellcaster students. By the time a few flickering lights from inside the school came into view, we could no longer walk without checking the ground every few feet so we didn't step on a corpse. When we reached the stone walls of the academy, Diana pulled back a curtain of lush ivy to expose the door. "Here we are," she announced, her tone tight with rage that I understood all too well. I was shaking, ready to murder the first demon I came across. She spoke a few words, which I barely heard through the blood pounding in my ears, and a hidden door swung open. She twisted to face the rest of us, her expression grave. "This part of Spellcasters is where the professors live. My mother and father live here too." She looked uncomfortable at her slip, the assumption that they didn't live there any longer, that her father might not be among the living at all. I prayed that assumption was wrong. That being said, it's the nicer part of the academy. This might be where the royals have claimed their rooms. It's where I would live if I were them. Diana's eyes blazed. I could tell she was imagining one of the royals in her family home. "The staircase will lead you to various levels of staff. At the bottom are the housekeepers and kitchen workers. The farther up you go, the more senior the professors." She swallowed heavily. "My family suite is at the top. If anyone wants to go up there and check it out, I'd appreciate it." "I will," a fae called out near the back. "I'm not ether-blessed, but I am a good soldier." My throat closed up. If he wasn't an ether-blessed fae, he would have no way at all to fight off the royals if they were lounging in the headmistress's suite. "I'll go with him," Flynn volunteered. "I'm ether-blessed." Sam raised her hand too, clearly not wanting to part with the white-haired elf, who she'd taken a shine to. I was relieved by her offer. Flynn had insisted that he join the battle, and Alex had cleared his injuries, but I still wasn't so sure he should be here. "Thank you," Diana said, and then turned to face the door. We filed inside, where people began to split into groups. Some immediately marched up the stairs to check out the upper levels. Once everyone was inside, Diana shut the door and spoke the password again. The door disappeared before my eyes.
"Well, that's handy."
Hunter shook his head, as a look of amusement flashed across his handsome face. "All of the employees know about it," Diana assured him. "Spellcasters has never been breached like this, but fail-safe entrances and exits were created when they first converted the building into an academy. You know, in case of emergencies. Although we never imagined an attack would come from our own government, or that they'd be working with the devils." "Who could?" Eva asked seriously.
"We should get going,"
Alex prompted.
He took the lead, and I fell into step beside him. Diana, Eva, and Hunter were right behind us, their steps light. We had done this many times before.
Too many times. It's like we're seasoned professionals, not students. I banished the thought from my mind. It really didn't matter what we were. Culling year, grind year, crucible year. Witches with no affiliation to spellcasters whatsoever. Tonight, we would throw everything we had into defeating the demons of hell. I would do anything to see them cast out. A lump rose in my throat, and emotion clouded my thoughts so thickly that I missed the ball of fire shot at me. Hunter deflected it with a beam of magic, and we all twisted to find a tall, thin Cambion, a human-demon hybrid, standing in the middle of the corridor. The tapestry next to him moved, hinting he'd been hiding behind it. "About time you showed up," the Cambion growled, as he pulled a blade from a scabbard he wore on his hip and slit his own throat. Chapter 40. I gasped as the demon fell to the floor. His blood dripped on the stone tiles, staining the ground red. and sounding the alarm.
Move.
Hunter yelled. Damn blood. Eva yelled as we sprinted down the corridor, trying to place ourselves in a better position to fight. Should more demons stray in our path? Why is it always blood? They're obsessed. Demons, ghosts, and vampires. Francis flashed a bright, fangy smile as he and Simone sprinted around the corner to run next to me.
For a witch with such a strong scent, you're difficult to find in this school. Is there a scent-cloaking spell in Spellcasters or something?
Why are you here? I asked, blinking. They were supposed to be with their headmaster and the shifters.
I need to be with you.
Francis trailed off, eyebrows knitting together as he worked through a thought.
I think that's why we met. You don't live as long as I have without realizing that fate is real. I believe that I'm meant to help you specifically, and I'm not the only one who feels that way.
He gestured behind him. I shot a glance back just in time to see an attacking demon fling itself out of a room, straight into Dash's wolfish jaws. The massive alpha tore the creature in half and loosed a howl that made my skin crawl. But your teams. Francis shook his head. Annoyingly, he wasn't breathing hard at all, unlike me.
Headmaster Ezra agreed that we should find you, as did Alpha Conan.
But Headmistress Wake.
As much as I respect your headmistress.
Francis paused to swipe at a door that was opening as we passed, slamming it shut and forcing whoever had been trying to come out back inside.
I also respect her wishes for each side of the academy to be covered in our attack plan, but I don't answer to her.
Like I said before, witch, I owe you a life debt. Simone scanned the hall before us as we ran at breakneck speed, and I plan on honoring it. Fine. My emotions rolled through me, a mix of exasperation and swelling gratitude that I couldn't express because we were running so fast. What could I say anyway? The vamps and shifters were loyal to me. Although I worried for their teams, I had to admit, that felt good. I inhaled sharply as we intersected another hallway, and Alex shot off the next incantation at a gray, wrinkled wraith, laying in wait. Watch our backs, I told the vamps. All our backs, shifters too. Francis rolled his eyes, clearly not as concerned about the shifters as he was about me.
Obviously. Now let me guess. You're trying to find their supposed celebration? Well, let me tell you, I don't think.
A door that I recognized as belonging to the demonology classroom burst open in front of us, and 30 demons streamed into the hall. Spread out, I yelled. Hold them back. There wasn't anyone behind us, but I wanted the demons to think we had backup. The witches and vampires took the front. At our backs, the 4 white wolves growled, ready to rip open the throats of demons. An Efreet moved first, turning incorporeal and zinging toward us in a blaze of fire and spark. I threw up a web of black magic, trapping it. I was about to issue the killing curse when Hunter swung his arm out to stop me and leapt forward, his totem extended.
Relegio.
The spell hit the lesser demon, and the Efreet screamed as its body was ripped from my web of magic and soared toward Hunter's blade. Once the demon hit the metal, it disappeared. I gaped as Hunter's blade began to glow red hot. Only the hilt seemed unaffected. There was no time to ask how the hell he'd known to do that, because the rest of the demons, mostly wraiths and shape-shifting fenners, charged.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Francis struck a pose like he was about to face off in the ring before crouching and leaping phenomenally high and landing on top of a snarling fenner demon. The vampire sank his fangs into skin, and the beast screamed, twisting and turning. Francis hung on like he was a rodeo cowboy. I was about to shoot off an incantation to help the vamp when a ball of fire from another demon came flying at me. Oh, hell no. I leapt out of the way and began firing off demon-killing curses at any devil unlucky enough to be in my sight. My friends did the same, and we hit our marks more often than not, eliminating the opposition quickly. There were only 2 left when the wolves, probably attracted to the blood, pushed past the witch line and began tearing the stragglers limb from limb. Nice work, team, I said, as the demon fell to the ground. Anyone injured? Heath's fur had briefly caught fire, but it was extinguished, so we continued running down the hallways. It was clear to everyone that either there had never been a demon ceremony or our arrival had broken it up.
Still, I couldn't help but think the royals might be waiting for us in one of the Academy's larger, grander rooms. They were theatrical like that. My heart was pounding and my legs burning when we arrived in the entryway. I skidded to a stop and gasped at the state of the room. The beautiful, stained glass windows that portrayed the elements had been smashed to pieces. Flecks of green, blue, red, and orange were scattered on the ground. Next to the glittering glass, pools of blood dotted the floor. "Where do you think it's from?" Eva asked, her eyes locked on one of the many pools. "We thought you'd never ask." A snide voice came from above, and we whirled around to see that demons lined the double staircases and the 3 levels leading to the smaller classrooms and dormitory towers. The demons gazed down upon us, eyes blazing, and in the middle of them all was Zaffin. The Prince of Darkness's black wings were spread as wide as his glittering, hateful smile. My hands balled up as he pinned his eyes on me. "Good to see you again, Dane." "Yes, so good," a feminine voice added. My attention snapped right, and my eyes widened. The Furies were present, too. They were just as I'd seen them before, as beautiful as they were horrible. Their long, blonde tresses fell in perfect curls, and their ruby-red lips curled up seductively. "I can't say it's good to see you," I retorted. The demons around the royals growled. I inched closer to Eva as Zaffin lifted his arms for the crowd to quiet. "Do you remember I once offered you the chance to side with us?" he asked casually. When I didn't answer, he continued. "It was foolish to deny me, even if you were able to evade us longer than I would have expected."
Although we were more than likely screwed, a sense of satisfaction that the Prince of Darkness hadn't known who we were or been able to locate us throughout the centuries filled me.
"So I ask again." His eyes shifted slightly to Eva. "Both of you." "No!" one of the Furies screamed. "No more chances. We kill them all, except the girl." My eyes cut to Eva. "The girl? Which one?" Did they mean me? Or had they decided that my friend would be more valuable? And if so, for what? It struck me they hadn't mentioned Alex at all. Had he been right when he suggested that they no longer needed him? Had using his blood to open the Hell Gate in London been all that they needed? Was his purpose in this fulfilled as far as they were concerned? Yes, dead. We want them all dead.
Another of the Furies yelled out and began dancing around as if she were slightly mad.
The other demons, a mishmash of races, roared, and my group scooted closer together. "Dead, dead, dead." Another Fury began clapping her hands and shimming her hips. All the while, the Prince of Darkness's eyes narrowed and began to glow a deeper red. His stance stiffened in annoyance.
"Get ready," Hunter said.
His eyes latched onto the prince. "It's not for you to decide." Zaffin whipped around and screamed at the Furies, clearly at the end of his rope. With his back turned, we attacked as one. Black magic streamed from me and Eva. Spells flew from the other witch's hands. The vampires leapt upon opposing staircases and began snapping necks. The wolves positioned themselves in front of us, our protectors, shields of muscle and might that the demons would have to get through to get to us. "Edo Erasicus!" I screamed, and my black magic hurtled toward Zaffin, hitting him square in the back. The Prince of Darkness twisted and pulled his arm back, ready to retaliate. But when he released, nothing flew from his palm. No fire, no magic, nothing. I lowered my palms and smiled. Victory soared through me, so vibrant and hot that it made my skin tingle. "You should really sort out your shit in private." Snapping my fingers, a bloom of fuchsia magic flooded around my friends to get their attention. "Zaffin is fair game, guys." Alex acted first.
"More Sultramus,"
he muttered, and before the Prince of Darkness could move again, the killing spell slammed into his chest. All around, demons froze. The Furies released simultaneous, deafening howls, but my team only watched and waited. My heart began to thump harder, and blood buzzed through me, seemingly electrified with joy. The death of a royal demon was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Zaffin's black, glistening skin dissolved, and flames ignited
as if he was made of them. When the fire burned out, only ash remained, fluttering to the ground. And then more cries flew to the heavens, and 20 demons disintegrated into nothing.
Chapter 41.
I can't believe that worked.
Alex exclaimed as we sprinted toward the door of Spellcasters, away from the demons we'd just pissed off. We flung the massive doors open, and fresh, clean air, so unlike the demon stench I'd acclimated to, filled my nose. And then I gasped. It wasn't a full-out war outside, but there were dozens of groups fighting on the Spellcasters' front lawn, their figures illuminated by the light of the moon reflecting off the lake. Some of the glowing red eyes were recognizably demon, while others, like the 2 massive trolls, who were trying to pound an ether-wielding fae into the ground, were their allies. As I watched the troll's fist nearly pummel the fae, I wished they were closer and that I could help. But it was better to remain incognito while I could. My range wasn't that far anyhow. I even thought I saw a few shifters, felines of some type, prowling around Merlin Amphitheater. A shudder dashed down my spine as memories of the Colosseum came rushing back. "Odie, come on." Eva grasped my wrist and pulled, informing me that I'd actually stopped dead in my tracks on the threshold between the school and the outdoors. I surged and joined my friends.
Let's go for the Furies next,
Hunter said, his tone determined.
I don't know if we can kill all of them or just one. They're a triple goddess, so who knows if they can survive alone or not?
I was about to reply that any of the royals would do when a sharp, stinging pain cut across my arm. Crap. I glanced down. My arm had been sliced open by some type of blade. Blood welled up and poured down my bicep onto the ground. I glanced around, but I only saw friends in my immediate vicinity. Twisting my neck slightly, I noticed that a few demons were dive-bombing from the dormitory tower windows. Perhaps the attack came from there? But still, what the heck? If someone was trying to attack me, why not be serious about it? Why not just end me instead of giving me an annoying flesh wound and disappearing like a coward? A dangerous shriek, identifiable as belonging to one of the Furies, hit my ear, erasing my questions. As one, everyone in my group glanced over their shoulders. The demons were just now exiting Spellcasters. Well, exiting would be too mundane of a term. Breaking down the doors and stampeding toward us with fire blazing in their wake was more like it. However, they weren't unopposed. To my great relief, I saw Francis and Simone, still alive and in the midst of the demon mob, snapping necks as they ran. It seemed that although the demons were powerful and could use vampire-killing fire, the vampires had a knack for outmaneuvering them. Thank the universe. I love those goddamn vampires. I whispered. Let's help them out, Eva said. We're in the open, away from the other fights. Here is as good a spot to mow them down as anywhere. We don't want them to go after anyone else. She gestured to the smaller groups of warriors. I couldn't agree more. Being inside the school was fine when we believed that breaking up a celebration was the key to our success, but it had obviously been a ruse, and then finding ourselves in the entryway, poised below the demons, in a position of danger, had been less than ideal. Now we were on even ground, albeit still vastly outnumbered. At least, so far, no one had broken away from their own fight to attack us on other sides. Perhaps we'd get lucky and land a fatal spell on one of the Furies. That might help hundreds of fighters on our side. We began shooting off spells. The wolves, who had been shielding us, rushed forward and took care of a few demons, mostly wraiths and fenners, who had muscled their way to the forefront. They sank their jaws into the demons, ripping open their flesh and spilling blood across their own snow-white fur. Once the wolves left the creatures on the ground, one of the witches would finish them off with a spell, just in case. The Furies flitted among the opposing press of darkness, clearly trying to stay out of the witch's line of fire. I suspected that, for the first time in their millennia-long lives, they feared death. I had just downed another demon, leaving the force that followed us outside greatly reduced, when a familiar voice sounded behind us. I darted a glance behind me and saw Headmistress Wake emerging from the woods.
A giant orc-like demon chased her, too slow to keep up, but determined enough to keep chugging along. A girl with moon-white hair down to her navel was at the headmistress's side, shooting flames and gusts of wind from her hands. A fae, then. The headmistress was running backward, her hands extended and shooting beams of blue magic at the giant demon. Her magic hit the beast, and he fell with a defeated whine. The white-blonde girl sent a blaze of fire at the creature, and though it twitched a few times, I knew it wouldn't be long before it burned to death. Internally, I cheered. The headmistress was in the same squad as my parents, and she was kicking major ass. Twisting back around, I joined my friends, shooting off 2 more killing curses at one of the Furies, who managed to wriggle her hourglass frame away from both. Damn her, I thought, as the Princess of Hell flitted further away, out of my range of fire. A monstrous bellow rang through the night, yanking my attention away from the frustrating fury. I cast about wildly, and my heart leapt when my gaze landed on the creature that the sound had to have originated from. One of the trolls was on the ground, kicking and screaming as Fae soldiers attacked. At their sides were Professor Tittlebaum, Professor Despina, and Ms. Seeley. All 3 looked haggard, far too thin and in rags, but they were fighting. Their presence gave me hope that somewhere other professors and perhaps students were battling too. Unfurling my dark magic, I bid it to go after my enemies, and took the time to really study the area around us. But when my gaze landed on Headmistress Wake again, I stopped.
Mom and Dad still weren't fighting with her, or even out of the woods. No one else had emerged from the woods, save the headmistress and the girl with white hair.
My heart began to thunder like a racehorse speeding down the track. And I just knew, something had happened in the woods. My parents were still in there. I chanced a glance back to the army my best friends and I were fighting.
With every second, fewer opponents remained.
I didn't want to leave my friends, but the pull to find my family was strong and intensifying by the second. I had to listen to my intuition. I trusted that my group would be able to overcome. I have to go.
Without providing an explanation, I broke away. My friends' cries sounded after me, but I didn't turn around, and soon enough, they were lost in the melee.
They'd be fine. They could easily take on what was left, and then move on to assist others. But I had a terrible feeling that Mom and Dad needed my help. Miss Dane! Headmistress Wake called out as I ran up to her and began firing black magic from my hands at the glowing eyes within the woods. "Where are my parents?" I shouted. The girl with the white blonde hair twisted to look at me. Her eyes widened. She was younger than I thought, and from our world, judging by her tight black leggings and modern top. "Are you Lauren's daughter?" I nodded and turned my attention back to Headmistress Wake, who looked supremely uncomfortable with my question. My eyes shot to the woods, and I caught dozens of pairs of eyes gleaming back at me. The pit in my gut deepened into a bottomless hole. Oh, no. No, no, no. Are they? I gulped. In the woods? I'm afraid so, Miss Dane. My squad got split up. Alice and I are the only ones who made it out of the forest. I broke into a sprint toward the tree line, right for the demons, who seemed to be hiding within its darkness. Miss Dane, stop this second. I didn't turn around, and when a spray of blue magic hurtled past me, to stop me, no doubt, I began zigzagging. I was about halfway to the forest, blasting my power with every step, and mowing down demons as I went, when the girl, Alice, sprinted up next to me. I was with them for a while. I can help you find them. She hurled a ball of fire at a wraith who dared step out of the cover of the trees. No thanks, I said, not willing to be responsible for anyone's death, least of all, some girl who couldn't be older than 17. I'm Faye. I can fly you above all this. I undid the clasps around my wings earlier when I was fighting, but the fabric is restricting them. Alice twisted ever so slightly. Rip open the back of my shirt. My eyes widened. Serious? I glanced at the demons in front of us. We'd be upon them in seconds. Behind me, I could still hear Headmistress Wake yelling my name. My friends' voices had joined in. Do it. Alice yelled as she thrust her hands out, and a powerful gale of wind surged from her. I blinked. Damn, she was strong. Clearly not ether-blessed, else she'd be using it. But still, strong. And seeing as I was about to run into a line of dozens of demons, I needed her help. I unleashed my black magic and bid it to rip the back of her shirt. It did just as I said, and the moment her gold-veined wings were free, the girl leapt into the air, swung back behind me, and grabbed me under my armpits. We were airborne a second later, and I gasped. I was so wrong about being up against dozens of demons. Behind the front line, the forest was filled with hundreds of glowing eyes. My friends. I twisted to look back. Had I just made a huge mistake? Don't do that, Alice grunted. My wings are bound most of the time, so while I can fly, I'm not great at it. Don't squirm and make it harder. Why are you helping me? She glanced down, and I noticed just how her blue eyes were. They were practically teal and glowing, mesmerizing. When I met my squad, my boss, an asshole of a vampire, said something shitty, but your mom overheard and was kind to me. Her eyes blazed at the memory. You're trying to save your parents. I don't have mine anymore, and my job leaves me with a lot to make up for. If I can help you find your family and save them, that'll make a dent. A dent in what? I just need to make reparations. Big ones. Plus, once I get out of my contract, I sure as shit don't want demons running the world. Her job? Contract? She's so young. Too young to be a spy. My train of thought derailed, and my eyes widened as we soared above a clearing, and I found my parents, right next to Ishtar. Chapter 42. There! I pointed down at the small clearing, where the Queen of Darkness, wearing her long, glittering black gown, was sitting on a stump like it was her throne, and looking like she was waiting for someone to show up. Judging by the fact that she had a ring of fire around my parents, who, at that particular moment, she seemed to be mocking, that someone could only be one person. She's waiting for me. Obviously, Alice muttered. Do you see all those shadows, though? She pointed at a ring of fae on the edge of the clearing. Dark court shadows that I hadn't noticed before. I'd been too focused on Ishtar. Are you sure you want to go down there? I'm the first to admit that I'm a badass, but we're pretty outnumbered. I'm going to go down there. Not you, I shot back. Says who? You're not my boss. Universe, help me. I needed to take a different tack with this girl, clearly. What I meant was, I need you to go back to the school grounds. I left my friends, and they'll want to know what's happening, particularly the black-haired guy with glasses and the redhead girl. My voice cracked at the thought of my love and my best friend. They have specific powers, magic that can help us win. You want me to guide them here? No. My stomach twisted. Oh my God, what was I thinking? That was the last thing I wanted. I couldn't bear to see Ishtar hurt them. Tell them to go after Lucifer and the item, I said, in an inspired lie. They know what it is. The girl studied me, her bright blue eyes narrowed skeptically. Please, I begged. It's very important that you help them find what we need to make sure they're safe. And don't bring them here. If I was going to die, which suddenly seemed like the only possible scenario, I didn't want my friends to die too. I wanted them to kill the other royals and live. I'd do my best with Ishtar, even if I had to go down with her. Fine, Alice said. But I'm not dropping you off right in front of her. You can sneak up on her and snipe a couple of those shadows on the way in. Cool. I shook my head at the girl's use of snipe. She was something else. Alice landed 20 yards into the brush and released me. I dusted myself off. Noting that the forest smelled more earthy here, my senses were heightened, prepared for battle. Are you sure you don't want help? I'm great with a dagger. As if to prove it, Alice pulled a blade out of its sheath, tossed it in the air, and caught it behind her back. Not too bad at magic, either. No, I said. But her performance had given me an idea. I handed over the demon dagger that I hadn't even touched during the fight. Black magic was just more effective. Take this as a thanks. It will kill any sort of demon. Alice looked over the blade. It's been in fairy. I can sense the fae on it. I furrowed my brows. Are you ether blessed? If she was, I didn't know why she hadn't been using ether magic the whole time. She shook her head, and then, to my utter astonishment, twisted and hurled the hellblade into the woods. Someone moaned, and I peered around her to see a diva who had been sneaking up on us fall, its noxious gas cloud still streaming from its lips, but dissipating as it died. I exhaled. That demon could have given me away before I was ready. You weren't joking about being good with a blade. Nope, she said, walking over lightly and pulling the blade from the diva's sickly gray skin. And you weren't joking about it being deadly. Thanks for the piece. I'll put it to good use. With that, she expanded her gold-veined wings and lifted into the air. Good luck. I'll relay the message to your friends. The next moment, she was off, leaving me alone in the woods. My stomach began to churn. What the hell am I doing here? I'd always worked with my friends. Everything we'd accomplished had been as a team, and now I was approaching Ishtar alone? Why? You're not really alone, Tabitha reminded me. And I can tell you exactly why. You love your friends, just like you love your parents. You've always taken great risks for those you love. I may not have liked you in life, but even I could tell you that. And now, being in your head, I know it for sure. I bit my lip, knowing she was right. And now that I was here, nothing would change my mind about moving forward. I sighed. Guard my mind, okay? I need to be clear-headed when I fight her. All I need is one good shot, and who knows how many demons will die with her death. That's what I'm here for, Tabitha said. It sounded like she wanted to say more. Probably to tell me that I was being an idiot, and to turn around and gather reinforcements. But no matter what she wanted to say, Tabitha held her tongue. I started walking toward the clearing, slowly, so as not to alert any of the shadows. When I finally glimpsed a dark court fae soldier scouting the area, I unleashed a little demon magic. It slithered through the underbrush, silent until the moment that it struck. The fae, who hadn't even seen it coming, fell. You're mastering the darkness better than I imagined. Ishtar's voice boomed through the trees. She was so loud. It was as if she was right next to me. And while I should have been much more scared, her words made me bristle. Come, Odette. Face me. My soldiers will let you pass. So much for being stealthy. I drew in a huge breath and walked forward, stepping over the fae I'd just killed. Though he'd been dead only seconds, he stank like rotten blood. Bile rose in my throat. There were more shadows surrounding Ishtar, but none so much as twitched a muscle as I approached. I watched them carefully as I entered the clearing and stood before her, the Queen of Hell. Honey! P. My parents' cries cut through me like a knife. I turned to see their eyes, large and wet, their hands wringing. Surprisingly, they didn't seem injured. My eyes locked with Dad's. There was no fury in them over being captured, like I would expect. Only worry for me. And strangely, neither of my parents were fighting back, which was not their style. She probably said she'd kill me on sight if they resisted. The monster. P, get out of here. Silence, Ishtar commanded. And as if she controlled their bodies, both my parents' mouths snapped shut. Don't hurt them, I yelled, taking a step closer. Ishtar chuckled. Your line was always brave. Her red eyes glowed brighter, and as she took a step forward, I noticed that there were 2 slits in her gown, all the way up to her hips. Never could I have guessed that you, a mere girl, would grow into bravery that surpassed your predecessors. Though perhaps I should have. All queens grow powerful, if tested thoroughly enough. Queen. She'd used that exact term to describe me before, though I didn't know why. Truly, at that moment, I didn't care. I only wanted my parents released. Your fight is with me, I said. Let them go. The queen laughed. And what? You'll do as I say? She shook her head and tutted. I know better than to believe that line. I've used it 1,000 times, never once following through. And you, the woman who is embracing her darkness, would do the exact same. I'm not embracing it, I retorted. You gave this to me. I didn't want it. You've used it. Sometimes you've even enjoyed it, haven't you? I wanted to reject that claim, but I couldn't deny that joy had buzzed through me when my black magic had bound Zaffin so that Alex could make the kill shot. Only when it helped to kill the Prince of Darkness, I replied smugly. A ripple of something, was it fear, crossed her face, but the queen pulled it together quickly. Others believe it's the Furies who are vain and silly. They give off that air, always prancing about, seducing people. She rolled her eyes. But then again, few know Zaffin. He's much more vain and absurd, but better at hiding it. Ishtar snorted and began to pace around the clearing, as if I was no threat to her, which, considering she had my parents in a literal ring of fire, I guess I wasn't. Who knew if my spell would hit her before she could kill them? She had me right where she wanted me, and she knew it. The Queen of Hell stopped pacing and shook her head. He was always so showy, so ostentatious. How did he approach you? With spectacle, I'm sure. An image of Zaffin, and hundreds of demons, looking down upon us like we were beasts to watch die in the Colosseum, flitted through my mind. She was dead on, but I would never admit it. I didn't need to. Ishtar's lips curled up knowingly. Yes, of course he did. She threw her head back and roared with laughter. The hair on my arms lifted. She was having fun with me, making a damn game of terrifying me, of threatening the lives of those I loved.
Unable to help it, I darted a glance to my parents. Their eyes were locked on me.
Dad mouthed, Run. I couldn't. Just like I couldn't watch them stay trapped for a second longer. Throwing caution to the wind, I shot off the binding spell Merlin had taught me. The demon queen seemed to anticipate it and leapt out of the way, pivoting smoothly to face me. Poor choice, Dane. Now you'll have to live with it. She ripped a blade from a sheath strapped to her thigh. Or come to my court and fight for what you hold dear. The blade in her hand glinted in the moonlight, stealing my breath. It was a dagger that I knew well, and seeing it covered in blood made my skin prickle. My hand went to the injury on my arm. Whoever had made it had done so with the realm slicer. Those damn sneaks. Tabitha growled inside my head. The Queen of Hell grinned. Thanks for the key home, girl. With that, she flung the powerful blade into the dirt. When the ground beneath her cracked open, my heart stopped. Walls of fire, 20 feet high, flew up between us. I leapt backward, closer to the shadows, who snarled. Instinctively, I twisted and hurled black magic at them. Dark tendrils wrapped around 3 necks, snuffing out their lives in a second. When I turned back around, I was just in time to watch Ishtar descend into a pit of fire and darkness. As she disappeared, the realm slicer glinted in one of her hands, and in the other, she held a tendril of dark magic, lassoing my parents together. Chapter 43. My parents were gone, dragged into the pits of hell.
And as the shadows from the dark court began creeping closer to me, sensing that their master wasn't coming back, and that they could do with me what they would, I knew I had only one choice. I jumped. Heat blasted over my skin, and the stench of sulfur choked me. The finest downy hair on my face seared away as I fell. I'd made a terrible mistake. I mean, obviously, who in the world jumps into hell willingly? As I fell, the heat grew more intense, like the sun was feet away instead of hundreds of thousands of miles.
The fabric of my clothes began to melt. Panicking, I called black magic to swathe me in cold. It worked. And while I was still falling, at least now I could concentrate. Below me was illuminated, probably by the eternal flames that plagued the underworld. The floor, covered with jagged obsidian rocks, came at me faster and faster. If I hit those, I was a dead woman. A short ways away, maybe 20 feet to my left, I spotted a flat area and acted. Calling a whirlpool to appear right under me, I fell into it. I was there for only a second before the whirlpool deposited me on the flat platform of black rock that I'd been picturing. I landed with an oomph on the rock. "Ouch!" I moaned, and gently cradling the arm that I'd landed on. Slowly, I bent and straightened it to ensure it was still usable.
Pee.
My head snapped up at the sound of my parents' voices. I scanned the area, which resembled a dried-up lava flow rather than the inside of a building. Despite there being a door, no one was present. "She wouldn't fight you here," Tabitha said in my head. "She's too full of herself. Look for grandeur, and that's where Ishtar will be." For the first time, she sounded a little off. Funny. "You okay?" "I think so, but that fall rocked me. I feel unsettled." I gulped, and my stomach tightened as understanding washed over me. "We've traveled through 2 realms since you've been in my head. The last ghost who was bound to me time-walked twice. And then we traveled through 1 realm portal. Maybe our connection is fraying?" Universe help me, I hoped not. Without Tabitha to protect me from possession, I didn't stand a chance against Ishtar. Tabitha was quiet for a moment too long, so I prodded. "Hey, are you still there?" "Yeah." She coughed, clearly uncomfortable. "I guess I didn't think of hell as a different realm. But you're right." I looked around at the strange surroundings. Definitely a different realm. I jumped as a spray of acrid green smoke shot up from the ground a mere 2 feet from where I stood. I wrinkled my nose at the rotten scent that infiltrated my nostrils, scraped my tongue with my teeth because a gross acid seemed to have coated it. Hell was disgusting. Do I need something to bind us more tightly? I really need you, Tabitha. If I'm going to get my parents out of here and kill Ishtar, you're the key. I didn't bother to think I would be leaving. Ishtar wanted me more than them. I'd bargain myself. Then I'd fight her, and hopefully bring her down with me. "I'm with you no matter what," Tabitha replied. "I'll hang on. Let's find them." I crept forward, closer to the door, on alert for any movement that might come from within. Random sprays of green gas from below made me jump, but no bodily adversaries appeared. When I reached the door, I edged around and peeked beyond the other side, my hands extended and ready to fight. No one was there. I exhaled and walked through the door to find myself in an opulent room with Gothic undertones, possibly the palace. I thought back to the visual that our demonology professor had shown us the year before. The thrones had been in the dead center of hell. I'd taken that image literally when I'd landed in the throne room the first time, having had no reason to question it. What if the thrones actually just represented the palace? If so, why bring me here? Weren't there way more deadly sectors? Places that she could bury me head first in the sand and light my feet on fire, or where a vulture could constantly pick at my flesh? Unless Tabitha was right, and this was all about putting on a show. As if in response, a laugh rang through the empty, black and gold drenched room. My spine straightened, and, forgetting all caution, I sprinted into the connecting hallway. Choosing a direction, I didn't stop running. The laughter continued and grew louder, becoming more maniacal by the second. Strangely, or perhaps not, considering the army of demons in my world, I passed no demons as I ran. The Palace of Hell, for I was sure that was where I was now, was deserted, save for me, my parents, and the Queen of Darkness. My lungs began to burn from the patches of thick black smoke that I ran through as I followed the sound of Ishtar's cackle, growing even louder. I was close, so close. And when a glimmer of bright red fire and gleaming gold metal came into sight up ahead, I sucked in a breath. The air reeked of sulfur even more than before. I was nearly there. The throne room. It was like returning to a bad dream, or more accurately, the day Alex had been kidnapped, when I had allowed the realm slicer to be stolen by the Furies, and, subsequently, the Hellgate to be ripped open. I suppose that was why she came here, because why wouldn't Ishtar want to battle me where I'd already been humiliated once, before her throne of bones, so I knew exactly who I was dealing with. As if I'd ever forget I was up against a fallen goddess, one of the most powerful magicals to have ever lived, gone bad. Sure, that could totally slip my mind. When I entered the throne room, I saw that I'd been onto something. Ishtar stood before her throne, but there were hundreds of other demons ringing the room, watching me with snarls on their lips. I repressed a shudder and pointedly ignored them, which wasn't as hard as it could have been, considering my parents were lying on the ground just a few feet away, dissolving. "No!" I screamed and rushed forward, to Ishtar's great delight. Her laughter rang through the cavernous room, echoing off the stone walls. When I reached my parents, I dropped to my knees. "Whatever you're doing to them, stop it. Let them go." I went to grab Dad's shoulder, and my hand went through his flesh, like he wasn't even there, like he wasn't real. "What the?" Cold dread gripped me. "Oh shit, girl," Tabitha said. "They were just an illusion. That bitch tricked you." The dread intensified, rushing through me like a wave. Tabitha was right. Ishtar had tricked me. I'd leapt willingly into hell for nothing. "Honestly, I thought it wouldn't work on you." Ishtar's voice was sultry, like velvet, so unlike I'd ever heard it when she'd been attacking me. If she used that tone on others, it didn't surprise me in the slightest that people followed her. "I thought you'd realize that your parents were smarter than that." She arched an eyebrow. "They'd never take on me. And so many dark fae alone. The Danes I've heard so much about were excellent spies, but never too prideful to ask for help. It's part of the reason they got so far. At least, until they left the spy community." She tilted her head and studied me for a few moments. "Before tonight, I would have said that you understood the value of teamwork too. But apparently not." She gestured at me. "Where are your friends? As you can see, I've brought mine." Her slender-fingered hand made a slow circle, encompassing the room and the other demons. I had no words. She was right. I'd faced her before, but never alone. Not truly. My friends had always been there to back me up. Or Morgan had, via my totem. Now I had no one. Nothing. My stomach clenched. Universe, help me. Why am I such an idiot? Ishtar was studying me, waiting for my answer. But I didn't plan on giving her one. There was no way I would admit just how alone I was. Slowly, she took a seat in one of the larger middle thrones and crossed her legs, exposing a mile of bare blue skin, punctuated only by dagger sheaths. All the while, she never took her eyes off of me. "Tabitha, can you hear what she's thinking?" "Ugh, no. I've been trying. I don't know how a frame did that." Subconsciously, I nodded. Ishtar caught the motion, and her brow quirked. "You know, the ghost bit is really quite clever. Few black witches know the trick, and none that I'm aware of today." My lips pressed together. The Queen of Hell chuckled. "It appears I will be doing all the talking today." She leaned back in her throne, as if she were just fine getting comfortable. "I only brought up the ghost because that's what gave me the idea for the illusion." Her eyes darted to the spot on the ground where I'd started to mourn my parents' bodies. "That and, while it's clever, to use a departed witch's skills is unnecessary for the likes of you, the blood of a fellow queen." God damn this devil, she knew just what to say to get me to break down. Why do you keep calling me that? I'm lots of things, but I'm no queen.
But of course you are. Why else do you think I've sought you for so long?
Because my ancestor sealed the Hellgate, and you needed my blood and Alex's to open it? Since that's long past, now you just need us out of the way. And you probably want revenge, since I've made you look stupid once or twice. Annoyance flashed across her features. While all that's true, my motives have shifted. I do not need you now because Morgan is your ancestor, but because someone far more powerful is. Far more powerful than Morgan Le Fay? Besides Merlin, I couldn't think of a single witch in history. And they were basically equals who excelled at different things. And there was only one other strong witch throughout history in my family bloodline. If you're talking Deliverance Dane, I hardly think she's more powerful than...
Not the Salem witch.
Ishtar spat.
That side of your lineage is nothing to the other branch. Don't you remember what I told you long ago? How the world has always judged women more harshly? Even now you default to your father's line, when your mother's blood is that of royalty. The blood that carries that of Isis herself.
Isis? Isis, Hecate, Freya,
many more goddesses, all the same. All the progenitor of magic.
I froze. What Ishtar said was so similar to what Merlin had preached back in his English cottage, and while I might not have known who Isis was off the top of my head, Hecate was a name I could not mistake. The goddess of magic? You're saying I'm her descendant? Ishtar nodded.
In blood, as well as magic, which few witches can claim. It took me a while to understand, but now that I've seen it, I would recognize her power within you anywhere. It, just as much as the ghost in your head, is keeping me from entering, from possessing you. You don't need the Mind Witch, just like you never truly needed the little trinket you wore for protection.
But you almost possessed me before, I argued.
Almost. With anyone else, it would have been instantaneous. But something in you always stopped me. It's why you've been able to evade me more than any other, though your skills are lacking.
My lips pursed. She wasn't making any sense. But Morgan...
She didn't know. Her birth was already shrouded in so much mystery. Was she the daughter of a Fae King, as they said? Or perhaps just the offspring of a common witch? No. Your ancestor never delved into her past as she should have. Perhaps she was too preoccupied with others' pasts and lives. It was one of her few mistakes.
But I fell silent, unsure what that meant for me. Does that mean I'm a godling? If so, how come I'm not more powerful? The Demon Queen smirked.
Technically, yes, you are a godling. As for your abilities, you could be more powerful if you learn the ways of the old gods. Ways that I know.
She patted the throne of bones next to her. The one I suspected had been Zaphin's seat of power.
We've had an opening in the underworld. Join us, and I'll show you the way to unlock all the power within you. I'll show you how truly great you could become.
My lips trembled. No way did I want to join her, but I did want to know. Damn it, I wanted to know so bad. I can't, A roar flew from the demon soldiers around us who had been standing by quietly, and suddenly half of them fell to the ground and dissolved into nothing. My breath hitched, realizing that could only mean one thing. Another royal had fallen.
Chapter 44.
The Queen of Hell's intense crimson gaze scanned the room, her blue lips parting slightly as she took in the fallen all around us. If I move now, I can strike while she's unprepared. This will be the easiest shot I'll get. I leaned forward, just enough that my heels separated from the ground, and Ishtar's eyes snapped back to me. My moment of easy victory vanished.
What did you do?
Her sultry velvet tone was harder, like gravel rubbed into a wound. "Who did you kill?" I gulped. Was it Lucifer? Was it one Fury, or all three at once? Would it matter to her? "Was it the king?" she pressed. There was my answer. She might respect the Furies more than she did Zaffin, but Lucifer, her partner in ruling the underworld, was the one she cared about. Yes. I pretended it was a fact. They targeted him, and now he's gone. I gestured to the fallen demons, now just bits of ash spread on the glittering black ground.
I bet there are many more like this in our world.
Dead.
"How dare you strike down the king?"
Ishtar shot out of her throne. From her hands, fire blazed like lava spewing out of a volcano, flying high and licking the edges of the black ceiling. The temperature climbed, and sweat beaded my skin.
"How dare you think you can strike any of us down?"
she stormed.
"Mere mortals dictating the lives of gods."
"Fallen gods," I declared, not sure where I was getting the strength from when I should be running from her rage. "You're fallen gods. And you said yourself that I'm a godling. Why would you find it so impossible that we can beat you? I must have some ability like yours. Others might too." The queen's chest heaved up and down as her jaw clenched, and the fire in her hands died.
"Most likely, yes. Too bad you, at least, won't live to find out."
Black snakes, a dozen of them, each 10 feet long, burst out of her hands.
"But I'll show you what I can do, the ability you will never have."
The snakes slithered toward me, urged on by their master's laughter and the cheering and jeering of the surviving demons around us. I darted backward, away from the creatures, my throat tight. They didn't look like any snakes I'd ever seen. They were too long, too glittering, too focused on me. Well over 100 demons. Too many snakes for comfort, and the Queen of Hell versus me. Things weren't looking good. "But you only need one good shot," Tabitha reminded me. "Don't falter now. Everyone is counting on you." Tears that had been pricking my eyes trailed down my cheeks. She was right. Succumbing to my terror was unacceptable. I thrust my hands out, and black tendrils of magic flew toward the snakes. My power looked so similar to the creatures slithering across the floor, almost as if they were the same thing. But when my magic met the snakes and tried to wrap around them, to strangle the life from their streamlined bodies, the creatures hissed and gulped down the blackness. To them, my demon magic was nothing more than a harmless mouse, a snack. Ishtar laughed. "Oh shit." My hands trembled. "What now?" Tabitha moved inside my head. I sensed her insecurity, reflecting my own thoughts. What was I supposed to do? What did I have that Ishtar didn't? "That's it," Tabitha said. "Do what you do best. Make them disappear." "What? The warp hole, idiot," the ghost snapped, reminding me of the flesh and bone Tabitha. I blinked, understanding immediately, and followed through. I conjured a warp hole and directed it over the band of snakes. They disappeared as suddenly as they had arrived, vanished to the room that I'd landed in. Ishtar's insane laughter ceased the moment her snakes vanished. She placed a hand on her hip.
"Clever. Let's see how you wriggle out of this, then."
She struck, unleashing black gas that plumed toward me, encompassing me before I could even take a step back. I screamed as my skin began to burn and bubble and blister. After only seconds, I could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, gripping the floor with trembling fingers. With each inhale, breathing became more of a chore, and air only came in thin, unsatisfying streams. My vision clouded, but right before I blacked out, the queen let up, just enough for me to draw in a full breath. "No clever rebuttal, Dane?" My adversary's lips spread wide. She shook her head and tutted.
"I'd expected more. That's no fun."
Even though the last thing I wanted to do was give Ishtar what she desired, I couldn't help it. I went on the attack. Separating my fingers from the ground as much as I could, I directed a killing spell at her. But it seemed that the gas had zapped my magic too. Fuchsia power flew only a foot or two before it died out with a fizzle.
It really is all you had. Maybe I was wrong about your ancestry."
Ishtar laughed again. No daughter of Isis would be defeated so quickly. They would fight with the strength of an entire army until they were. And here's her army now. A voice I recognized blasted across the throne room. It took everything I had to twist my neck to confirm that I wasn't dreaming. When my eyes ran over Alex, Eva, Hunter, Diana, the Torna twins, and the girl, Alice, who must have led them here, I whimpered. As I did so, blood flew out of my mouth, its metallic taste coating my tongue before the liquid dripped down my chin. For the first time, I realized how close death was, hovering just over my shoulder. "Run," I whisper-screamed. "Run." "An army? All I see are humans who are little more than children, weaklings who are nothing compared to my power." Ishtar pointed to me. "If she cannot beat me, neither can you." "We'll see about that," Hunter replied as he brought his fingers to his lips and blew out a loud whistle. "Infiltrate." The face soldiers we'd brought from the Riverlands court spilled into the room. White wolves bounded in behind them, and 2 vampires streaked by.
How did everyone get down here? Who cares? Just get up. Fight with them.
Tabitha yelled.
This is your chance.
I pressed my palms to the ground and tried to lift my torso, only to crumple to the floor again. I heard metal hitting metal, spells being fired, the snarls and roars of demons, and wolves growling as others fought. But I didn't have fight left in me. Not any longer. My side might win. But Ishtar had defeated me. I rolled over and blinked up at the black ceiling. Suddenly, Alex appeared in my vision with a small contingent of Fae soldiers from the Riverlands. "Watch my back," he instructed them as he fell to his knees next to me. "Odie, what happened?" He crushed my hand to his chest, popping blisters on my fingers with his grip. I groaned and tried to pull away, but it came out as a twitch. She poisoned," I forced out. It was the only thing that made sense. The smoke that the Devil Queen had shrouded me in must have been poisonous, and whatever toxicity the gas had brought into my system only seemed to be strengthening. With each passing second, I weakened. Alex's blue eyes widened, and he wiped away the blood that had dribbled out of my mouth. "I see what you mean. Here, let me help." He placed a hand on my stomach, making me wince. "Sorry, sweets. I'll try to be gentle, but I need to touch you." "No, I'm done." Alex shook his head. "I can't accept that, and neither can the world. If we're going to have any chance at beating her, we need you." I was sure he was too late. Death was coming for me. Her velvet hands were wrapping around me now, cradling me. But Alex either didn't notice, or he was determined to beat death. He worked, pouring his life force into me, just as he had done when I died before. It was strange to be cognizant of it this time, the gentle pull from dark to light, and the snap backward as the darkness reclaimed me. No matter how hard he pulled me toward the light, the rebound happened time and time again. Alex was failing. No. I heard him murmur as the blackness closed in around me once again. How can this be happening? Somewhere in the surrounding battle, Ishtar released a scream of fury, and a dozen cries of pain flew up. My heart rate reacted, beginning to race for those who had come to help.
"You can do it,"
I cheered them on weakly.
"So can you. Don't give up,"
Tabitha screamed, though even her tone sounded lame, injured, like she was dying again, right alongside me. "But I'm just so tired." And I was. I'd spent years fighting Ishtar, a much more powerful being. Who was I to survive when she'd so clearly bested me? A mother-effing godling. That's who, Tabitha argued. I don't even know what she means by that. I was already exhausted by the conversation. It means nothing if I don't know how to use it. "Ether. It must have something to do with ether," Tabitha replied coolly. "The gods were made of it. Get a Fae. Those twins." When I didn't move, I felt a sensation like she was kicking something inside my head. "Get them." "Ow," I mumbled.
Alex ceased trying to pour magic into me. I'm so sorry, sweets. His voice was thick with anger and worry. I don't know why it wasn't working. The Tornas, I gasped. I need them. Ether blessed Fae. But why? Please. I coughed up blood, and Alex's eyes widened as he cast a wild glance around. Hunter! He bellowed. His cousin was at his side in a second, his Ifrit-possessed sword glowing red with fire. Even through the haze of death coming for me, I could still register that my friend looked terrible, covered in blood and black ash. What's up? Hunter's green eyes flashed down to me, and he swore. Dude, you haven't healed her yet? Something has changed inside her. Maybe the release of her black magic is affecting her physiology. Alex sounded frantic, as if he were seconds from breaking down. Or Ishtar is blocking my ability. My magic isn't working like it did before. She requested ether-blessed Fae. Get the Tornas from me, or Halid's cousins. Both if you can. Hunter dashed off. Why was the fight still happening? My friends outnumbered the demons. But even through my dulled senses, I heard cries coming not only from the monsters of hell, but people. Ishtar had to be pulling out all the stops. As if in confirmation, a rampage of fire flooded the ceiling like before, and a dozen cries of pain filled the air. When will it end? Someone has to get a kill shot in soon. Odie, open your eyes, sweets. Please open your eyes. Alex urged. Stay with me. Open them? With significant effort, I lifted my eyelids. I didn't even know that they'd closed. No, don't say that. Alex sounded panicky, a tone alien to his deep baritone. You're going to be fine. Look, the Tornas are here too. Leon too. Ayla and Santa fell to their knees next to me. A second later, Leon knelt next to Alex. What can we do? Ayla asked. Odie said she needs you, something about the ether. You didn't try healing her? Santa's eyes scanned my face, which had to look horrible. I did, but it's not working. I don't understand why. I've healed her before, this same way. I think Ishtar's magic is stopping me. Ether won't heal her either, Ayla said. Unless she's one of us. Ether blessed. It won't do a thing. I lifted my fingers. Catching the motion, Ayla slammed her lips shut. As best I could, I pointed to myself. Not Fae. Godling. Godling? Santa's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Odie, are you... She twisted mid-sentence and shot a blast of fire at something. Sorry about that. The bastards keep trying to attack you. Are you saying you're a godling? I nodded once. My friends stared down at me, stunned and silent, until a piercing wail pulled them out of their stupor. That can't be right, Leon said. And if it is, how? Ayla asked. They're supposed to be dead. How did you find out? Ishtar. As soon as I said the queen's name, my stomach began twisting into deep and vicious knots. I moaned, low and soft. She's fading, Alex said. Only then did I become aware that one of his hands remained on my stomach. He'd been scanning me the whole time. What can you do for her? I'm not sure, Ayla said, her tone hesitant. I think she believes that if we fill her with ether, like we would an ether-blessed Fae who is mortally wounded, she can come back. Yes, I croaked, my eyelids drifting closed again. Then do it, Alex cried out. Okay. Stand back and take your hands off of her, Ayla replied. Leon, help me. Santa, keep guard. The older twin's green eyes locked with mine, and she lowered her voice. Odette, this might hurt, especially if you're not what you say you are. Ether is healing for those of us who can handle it. But at first, it's always unpleasant. And there may be side effects. My eyes closed, but I managed a faint hum of acceptance. Another pair of hands, smaller and more fine-boned than Alex's, landed on me. Then another pair belonging to Leon. Together, Ayla said. Presumably to Leon. Santa, you'll have to take over if one of us can't give anymore.
Hurry, her sister urged. She looks terrible.
Without so much as a warning, the magic I'd felt when walking through wards, or just by being too close to Ayla when she was using ether, filled me. At first it was nice, pleasant, as it had been before. And then the burn set in. I whimpered. Inside my head, Tabitha screamed, and I caught a vision of her curling into a ball. Ayla responded to my cries by pressing her hands down harder. "We're so sorry. It'll hurt, but if you're sure of what you said..." She sounded like she didn't quite believe me. "This could be the only way." "Hold tight, Odette," Leon urged. He hadn't let up in filling me with ether for a second. Someone else, Alex, began stroking my hair. I focused on his hand on my head, needing a grounding point. The ether that Ayla and Leon sent through me burned hotter and more intense by the second. My nerve endings fried, and the heat burst the blisters that Ishtar's magic had seared onto my skin. I released a yowl of pain, and my entire body tensed. Alex stopped stroking my hair. "What's going on?" "She's reacting to the ether," Santa answered. "That, and..." Ayla panted, and though I couldn't see her, I sensed the effort rolling off of her in waves. "There's something inside her that I've never seen before. I think you might be right that Ishtar's black magic was blocking her healing. I can feel Odette's witch power. But it's weak." "Very weak," Leon agreed. "And an oily, corrosive blackness is surrounding it." "Trying to snuff it out," Alex said, as if he finally understood. "But if she's truly a godling, would that be enough to kill her?" There was a pause in which I willed someone to speak, to take my mind off the pain flying through my veins, burning me from the inside out. "Perhaps," Ayla said. "Ishtar is a fallen goddess, so she might know how to kill godlings, but ether is the power of the old gods, those that never fell. If anything will save her, it's ether." My jaw clenched, and I gnashed my teeth, trying to piece together Ayla's words and what I'd learned from Ishtar. After a few moments, I understood only one thing was certain. There was a part of me I didn't understand, and if I didn't understand it, then Ishtar sure as shit didn't either. Pushing away the pain so I could concentrate, I searched the crevices of my body, of my soul, for the missing piece. To my utmost surprise, it made itself known right away, like it had been waiting for me to turn inward and find it. I marveled at the bright ball of white light within my heart, watched as it bloomed open through the darkness of Ishtar's toxic power. Ayla gasped, and I knew that by seeking the magic, I was onto something. I looked deeper, through the thick black gas, and in response, the light pulsed. "Help?" A sense of déjà vu crashed over me. How many times had I asked the bright, glowing light of Morgan's necklace for help? Was this the same? Had I been talking to an aspect of ether magic all along? "Accept the ether," a voice, ancient and all-knowing, called to me. "Let it fill you, and use it." "That's it? I only need to relax and let Ayla's ether in?" Even as I considered it, the act seemed impossible. The sensation of ether running through me wasn't as horrible as Ishtar's attack, but damn it still hurt.
"Release and live. Fight and die," the voice said, and the light pulsed again, beating back Ishtar's swaths of black. Her power moved faster now, perhaps knowing that I was seeking help, that I was close to understanding. Not about to waste any more time, I took a deep, shuddering breath and relaxed every muscle, bone, and tendon in my body so that the ether might take me over. Chapter 45. The moment I gave myself over to what could be, ether flooded through me like water raging down a river. It quenched the fire burning inside me. The pain lifted slowly, like a sunrise. Light beat back the dark. Ishtar's poisonous gas dissolved, and the parts of me it tried to kill throbbed with life.
and the pulse of something I didn't understand yanked me back from the brink of death. Chapter 46. I lurched up with a gasp. Ayla fell backward, and her twin caught her. "Odie," Alex sounded frantic. "Are you okay?" The last word fell from his lips hesitantly, as if he sincerely doubted it. But why? I had never felt better, more alive. "I'm good, A vibrant light caught my attention. I looked down to see that my hands were glowing white. Oh my God, what is this? Santa's lips trembled, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "It's ether. Maybe Ayla's or Leon's. Maybe yours to command? We won't know unless it dissipates. If it dissipates. Either way, I think the ether is allowing you to use it. Use it. Help me up." 3 pairs of hands helped me to stand. I prepared to wobble, but found that I was fine, strong, brimming with magic. Ready. I scanned the room. I wasn't sure how long I'd been out, but judging by the bodies on the ground, it was too long. Most of the casualties were Fae soldiers. Diana was still fighting, but with a terrible limp. Andre had found her and was at her side. Sam and the white-haired elf, Flynn, fought together too. They seemed to be kicking some ass. Then I saw something that made my heart stop. Stark against the obsidian ground were the bodies of 2 white wolves. There was no way I could tell who they were, or if they were even dead from here. But when Ishtar loosed a high-pitched scream, I knew I didn't have time to find out. I needed to end her. Now. My gaze snapped to the Queen of Hell, still near her throne. It seemed that a few demons had joined from topside and were assisting her in beating back the swarms of magicals. Fae soldiers, the remaining 2 white wolves, the vampires, and Alice were all lashing out every chance they got. But it was my best friend and hunter, positioned closest to the queen, who made my mouth dry up. Eva was fighting back with all her might, black tendrils soaring from her, only to be punctuated occasionally by sunshine yellow magic that stood out against black stone. Hunter struck down any demon that dared come close to his woman. They alternated between using his totem, which glowed with fire from the Ifrit he'd trapped inside the weapon, and green magic. Watching them, how Ishtar was targeting them with great intensity because she knew they loved me, made my heart stutter. "You ready, Tabitha?" I asked, drawing in a breath. There was no answer. "Tabitha?" Still nothing. A pit formed in my stomach as I recalled how she'd curled in on herself when the ether filled me. Had it forced her out? It seemed that way. A ghost couldn't be killed. "Odette, are you okay?" Santa asked. My worry for the resident in my head must have shown on my face. I cleared my throat. "I'm fine." And I was. Sad, scared, and countless other emotions. Yes, but I was also ready and prepared to do what I must. Before, I would have been worried that, without Tabitha, Ishtar would possess me, but not anymore. The Queen of Hell had proclaimed that I hadn't needed the ghost. After what had just happened with the ether, I believed that I could keep myself safe. I was a godling, brimming with ether. I lifted my hand and summoned my demon magic. Black tendrils curled from my fingertips, teasing, warning. Ether, demon magic, and I directed my palm at Ishtar. More Sulchimus. A blindingly bright stream of fuchsia magic, my witch power, soared toward the queen. Perhaps sensing it, her gaze darted toward me, and at the last second, her wings snapped out and she lifted into the air. Her crimson eyes bore down on me, gleaming with hate, although I thought I saw something else there too. Fear. Rightfully so. I'd survived her lethal attack and returned for more. I was just as she'd said, a godling, one possessing 3 magics. I was the closest thing she had to an equal in this room. My lips curled up slightly.
"What do you say, Ishtar? Up for round 2?
The queen flew at me, claws extended. Unthinkingly, I levitated into the air. Those below us gasped, shocked by my new power. I caught sight of Eva's red hair barreling down the dais steps toward me. Before she made it, Ishtar and I were locked in battle. I alternated between using black magic, my natural-born power, and ether, the last of which flowed from me as if I'd been using it all my life. "Odie!" Eva screamed, and I glanced down to find her holding up her demon dagger, offering it to me. Using black magic, I ripped it from her hands and sent it soaring at Ishtar. The queen deflected and sneered.
"A little knife won't bring me down, witch."
I gestured at my floating form. "Obviously not just a witch. Not anymore. Thanks for letting me in on that secret."
Fury flitted across the demoness's face, and she hurled a wall of fire at me. I threw up a shield, sending the flames up toward the ceiling, and retaliated with a binding spell.
Others were below us, still trying to land spells or shoot ether at the queen when they could. But she always seemed to feel them coming. She senses the power. We need a non-magical attack to get her off her game. We need...
A blur of motion sidetracked my thought, and my eyes snapped to a spot just behind the queen. Simone was barreling through the fray, her black hair flying as she sprinted straight for Ishtar's back.
"Simone, no!" I screamed as the vampire leapt up and hurled herself at Ishtar. Since the demoness's back was turned, she didn't see the vampire coming. Didn't even notice her until Simone's fangs were latched onto her neck. Ishtar roared and, so quickly one might disregard it. Simone's eyes flashed to me. "A life for a life." Her words rang through my mind. This was how she was repaying her life debt, by giving me an unguarded moment against the demon queen. So despite my natural inclination, I didn't try to pry her off Ishtar or throw a shield over her body. Instead, as the demon goddess lit herself on fire to burn the vampire to a crisp, I seized the advantage. "More Sulchimus," I said, defaulting to my natural-born magic, the only one that felt right for such a moment. The spell soared out of me and slammed into the middle of Queen Ishtar's chest. A moan as loud as thunder rang through the throne room.
The fighting around us stopped. Although just seconds before, we'd all been going a mile a minute, now no one seemed to even breathe. Slowly, the fire encompassing the demoness fizzled out, and Ishtar's gleaming red eyes locked with mine. I held her stare as her body caved in on itself. Piece by piece, Ishtar flaked away, sent off by the cries of every other demon in the room as they followed their queen into eternal darkness. Chapter 47. The throne room of hell was quiet. Everyone stood still, staring at where the demon queen had disintegrated before their eyes. I gulped, unable to believe it was over, that my greatest adversary had been defeated. And then the room began to shake. My heart launched into my throat as rocks fell from the ceiling. "Quick, grab the injured. Get everyone out of here." I soared down to where Ishtar and Simone's ashes mixed on the black floor. It was easy enough to tell the vampire's ashes from the Queen of Hells. There were less of them, and they were a lighter gray. I scooped a little into my pocket, placing a barrier of ether around it, so it would still be there when I wanted to transfer it to a better container. As I did so, a hint of metal glinted through the black ash on the ground. The Realm Slicer. It hadn't dissolved with Ishtar. I snapped it up. Who knew if we'd need it again? But I sure didn't want any other demons getting their hands on it. Whether they were in hell or my realm, I wanted them trapped. That way, they'd be easier to hunt. I levitated again to get a better view and scan the room. Thankfully, many of the Fae soldiers that Queen Aquatia had sent us had wings. All the flying Fae had already grabbed an injured person and taken off down the hall, to the hole leading to the surface. But then I spotted the 2 wolves on the ground, and the other 2 hovering around their bodies. The prone shifters were so large that no Fae could move them alone. I pressed my hand out in front of me and bid the ether to take them to the surface. The living wolves growled as the lifeless bodies swooped out of the room. But when they saw it was me controlling the movement, they stopped, understanding. It was always difficult for me to tell the guys apart in wolf form, but without a doubt, one of the living shifters was Dasha. The alpha loosed a mournful howl, and my heart cried in response as she ran from the room. I hoped that the other two were only injured, not gone forever. A chorus of familiar voices called my name, and I looked down to see Eva, Alex, and Hunter waiting for me. Alex extended his hand, and as I lowered to the ground, I gripped it tight. "That's everyone," I said. "Good," Alex said, "because we need to leave before this room caves in." As if to make a point, a massive boulder fell right on top of the throne that used to be Ishtar's. We dashed from the room, the last ones to leave. As we ran down the dark hallway, I noticed the bodies of the snakes that Ishtar had attacked me with, stuck to the wall. "How?"
"They were coming down the hall when we arrived,"
Hunter said, his eyes darting to the snakes.
"The Tornas and Gran zapped them with ether. Another Fae used earth magic to create nails, from their armor ornamentation to nail them down."
"Good," I said. A part of the hallway wall collapsed inward, and we put on a burst of speed. We sprinted into the room that served as a conduit between realms and skidded to a stop to stare up at the gaping crevice into our world. "How are we going to— Oh my god, Odie!" Eva yelped as I used the ether to lift her into the air. Hunter and Alex were next, and only when I knew I had them under control did I follow, soaring upward. When we emerged from the portal Ishtar had made, cheering met my ears. For the first time in what felt like hours, my lips lifted into a smile as I set us down on the ground. The moment my feet touched the grass, my knees buckled. Alex caught me, steadying me like he so often did. I waved my hands, trying to get others' attention. Quickly, the cheering died down, leaving behind a telling silence. I strained to hear fighting in the distance, but my ears picked up nothing. No screams, roars, or crashes. Was the fighting over? At that very moment, Alice descended out of the sky to land right in front of me. Her long, white blonde hair was tangled and matted with ash and blood. Cuts marred her slender arms. The blood, a stark red, against her skin. "Faye flew overhead to check out the academy grounds. No one is fighting. It seems like the remaining demons have retreated." My heart swelled. We'd done it. We'd pushed the demons from spellcasters and won. Although that was amazing, a groan from someone nearby made me rein in my internal celebration. "We think the demons have retreated." I repeated what Alice said. "Get the injured and dead back to the academy. Treat them and help whoever you find in need of assistance. Of course, be on the lookout for any enemies who might still be on the grounds, just in case." The surrounding crowd sprang into motion. I was about to do the same, but Hunter laid a gentle hand on my arm.
"Odie, you're not glowing anymore."
His eyebrows knitted together.
"What happened? Are you okay?"
Santa appeared in front of us.
"She's probably fine. The ether transfer just wore off. Odette used it, but she doesn't own it."
She paused and gave me a pointed look. "Unless you can use your own ether magic? I'd love to learn more about how you acquired that."
"Yeah, same,"
Eva said. "I mean, come on, girl. If you're going to just level up like that and get another type of magic, I'd appreciate the heads up so I can try too." She nudged me playfully to lighten the mood. I chuckled. I would have loved to have a heads up myself. My gaze went to Santa. "Thank you so much for helping me. Your sister and Leon, too. Where are they?" Santa's face fell. "Louvain was injured in hell. We're not sure he's going to make it. Ayla and Leon are flying him inside the academy now." I hadn't seen Louvain or Valwyn, but of course they were both there, defending their ladies. "And Valwyn?" "He's with them. I should be too, but I wanted to make sure you got out of there, and that you didn't need a lift." She fluttered her wings. "Go. I'll tell you everything I know later. I have a few things to take care of first." Santa disappeared, and the first thing I did was bring the realm slicer to my palm and cut across it so blood welled. I transferred it to the blade, approached the crevice in the earth, and stabbed the enchanted weapon into the ground. Before my eyes, the fissure closed. When it sealed all the way, I turned to my friends. "I need to check on some people." I'd already spotted the wolves, just inside the trees. "Wait here for me? We'll be here," Eva assured me. Let us know if you need anything, or they do. Her blue eyes traveled over the wolves, full of empathy for them, but knowing Eva, she didn't want to intrude. I will, thanks. Turning, I steeled myself for what was sure to be an emotional conversation and approached Dasha, now in her human form. Hallie was at her side, gripping her hand as they huddled over Heath and Gregor. When neither wolf glanced up at my approach, I knew the worst had happened. I knelt down next to the alpha, careful not to place a hand on her fallen mates, because I knew shifters could be protective. This is in no way adequate, but I'm sorry, Dasha. They were all so good, so brave. I don't understand why this happened. Hallie's face was screwed up so tight. I could tell he was just trying to keep it together for her. The whole situation was unfair and wrong and horrible. While I hadn't known Heath and Gregor as well as the alpha herself, I knew they had been good guys, and they'd given their lives to make our world safer, to rid it of the devils who'd wanted to rule. This might not mean much right now, I said. And I agree with you that this wasn't fair and you two don't deserve it. And neither did they. But I want to thank you and them for joining us. Gregor and Heath died heroes' deaths. Dasha's eyes welled with tears, and her chin began to tremble. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder, and she leaned into me, allowing me to offer her strength and condolences. We were still holding on to one another when footsteps approached behind me. I twisted to find the other person I wanted to speak with. Frances. I squeezed Dasha. I'm so sorry again. She gave a single nod, her eyes darting between each of the white wolves' bodies. Thanks for getting them out of there. I'll see that they get respectable send-offs. I'd love to attend, I said, but for now, I think Frances needs to speak to me. The alpha turned, and shock flitted across her face. In her grief, she must have not heard the vampire approach. Go ahead, she said. I stood and gestured for Frances to walk away. When we were far enough from Dasha and Hallie that we would not intrude on their mourning, I turned to him. I'm sorry. I know you and Simone were an item during the games. I'm not sure if you were recently, but...
No.
Frances cut me off.
That ended a few weeks after London, but we were still friends, and we still cared for each other. She was one of the few people who really knew me.
I swallowed a lump rising in my throat. I owe my life to her. Actually, we all do. If Simone hadn't sacrificed herself, Ishtar would have won. Frances sniffed, a strange sound coming from a vampire who didn't even need to breathe.
Maybe.
I retrieved some of her ashes before I left. Would you like them? I had been intending to keep them for myself, a memory of a life debt cycle that now could never be repaid. But Frances, Simone's once love and true friend, needed her ashes more. His gaze lifted to latch onto mine. Only then did I realize that he was impossibly paler than normal. His albino skin seemed to have lost all the blood that had run through it.
It would honor me to take her ashes. I'll create a necklace and wear it at all times.
Once I find a suitable container to put them in, they're yours. I promised. I gestured toward the academy. We need to get back to the school. We should see what damage has been done, and I'll need to find people strong enough to carry the wolves, if Dasha will let them. Would you help? Frances nodded as he shot a glance to the mourning alpha.
Give her time. Wolves' emotions run deep. I don't know how she had that bond with 3 shifters. Something about her is special.
He pinned me with his gaze.
Like you. This whole godling business is something I want to hear about another time.
You will. I promise you will. The walk through the woods back to the academy nearly ripped my heart out. Bodies littered the school grounds. I felt sure that, although we did our best to find everyone we could and bring them inside, we would be discovering corpses for days. The destruction to the school's property was also great. Craters the size of kiddie pools littered the lawn. Portions of the building had collapsed, and the rubble was strewn across the drive and into the grasses. One tower had been hit, and the top had fallen off. The front doors were broken down, leaving the school wide open. No one had assessed the outbuildings yet, but we expected to find them similarly damaged. When we entered the academy, I finally found my parents. They were standing on the 3rd level, overlooking the entryway, searching for me. "Mom! Dad!" They sprinted down the stairs, and I ran up. We met in the middle, and they crushed me between them. "Where were you?" Mom asked, her face streaked with tears. "We looked for you everywhere." There was no way I could tell them that Ishtar had just lured me into hell using their likenesses. Not now. Probably not ever. They'd only feel undeserved guilt over it. I fought Ishtar. I paused, and my gaze went from Mom's brown eyes to Dad's hazel ones. "I have so many things to tell you, incredible things. But first, we have work to do." Dad nodded.
"Are your friends safe?"
I gestured down to the entryway, where my friends streamed inside, some with bodies in their hands, some without. Eva, Alex, and Hunter are all good. Eva was the one to kill Lucifer. I reported what my friend had told me on the walk through the woods. Only Diana got injured. The rest are fine. Mostly. My throat closed up thinking about Dasha, still in the woods, and Ayla, worrying over Levon, and poor Francis, who was with his headmaster, getting business done, even though I was sure he couldn't stop thinking about Simone. I certainly couldn't. She'd made the ultimate sacrifice, so that I had a chance to kill Ishtar. "It will be okay. One day," I murmured. My dad studied me as if he were trying to see into my soul, until finally he nodded.
"I think that'll be the case for most people."
A shuddering sigh left me. Where are the students? During the battle, I hadn't seen a single living student. Of those I knew were at the academy, I'd only witnessed 3 professors fighting. I didn't believe the demons would have killed them all, or at least, I hoped they wouldn't. They would have been smart to keep some students alive to lure us in.
"They're locked in the battle magic classroom,"
A voice from behind spoke up, startling me. I turned to find Professor Tittlebaum, my warping mentor. He'd always been a thin man, academic and nerdy, but he looked even thinner now, almost sickly.
"I hear you leveled up in your warping, Dane. And perhaps a few other things, too."
He looked at me pointedly. I nodded. Time walking and, yeah, a few other things.
"Tale for another day,"
he said.
"For now, I'll show you where the students are."
He turned and descended the stairs. I trailed behind, and my parents followed.
"Professor Despina and I should have been down there with them," he continued. "They kept the students and teachers locked up in the battle magic room most of the time, but a group of demons needed our assistance with something. Miss Seeley, too. So when you arrived, we were free to fight."
"I saw you," I said. "Thank you for your help."
"I don't deserve your thanks,"
Professor Tittlebaum said sadly. I suspected he was experiencing a great sense of remorse for working with the demons, even if he was possessed part of the time, or they would have killed him had he not done what they wanted. It would be hard to swallow. He would have to come to terms with his guilt on his own, though, so I refrained from commenting. When we got to the door of the classroom, the professor turned and looked at me.
"It's sealed, but Headmistress Wake tells me you might be able to open it."
The tone of his voice left me with little doubt about what he meant. I allowed my demon magic to pour from my hands over the knob and bade it to open. It did so easily, and when the door swung wide, my hands flew to my mouth in horror. Far fewer students and professors stood before me than I had hoped. Those who remained were still too thin and filthy to recognize. "I'll make sure the infirmary is prepared," Mom said, and dashed back up the stairs. As soon as she was gone, a voice I hadn't heard in a long time piped up. "Once a few of us get some water, we can help with whatever is going on upstairs." I turned to find Phoebe, Diana's best friend, shifting through the crowd. She looked slightly better off than most, but still covered in a layer of dirt. "You don't have to help at all. You guys have clearly been through a lot." Phoebe's chin jutted out. "I'll do what I can." Recognizing that this was personal for her, I nodded. Professor Tittlebaum said he'd wait for my mom to return, and I helped those few who could walk upstairs to get them food and water. After that, the hours passed in a blur, and night turned into day before I stopped moving. We had designated a spot for the bodies, and for the living, we created a temporary sleeping area in Agnes Sampson Hall.
While many of the dorm towers were still habitable, no one wanted to sleep in them, as the demons had been living there for weeks. I couldn't argue with that. When I finally fell asleep early the next day, it was in Agnes Sampson Hall, surrounded by loved ones, and wrapped in a sense of surety that, finally, we were safe. Chapter 48. For the next 2 days, we worked tirelessly, cleaning up rubble, caring for the injured, searching the woods for bodies, and most importantly, contacting the families of the dead. It was a sensitive task that we gave to only the most empathetic. Most of those we contacted planned to pick up their fallen kin as soon as possible, although some proved more difficult. "Does Joseph's mom still believe you're a demon calling to lure her here?" I asked Amethyst, who had been one of the few charged with the tough task of calling the deceased's kin. She was also the most dedicated, perhaps because she could speak to the ghosts and understood how much they wished to be with their families. I didn't ask because that thought was just too sad. She nodded, her brown eyes resigned. "She's sure that I'm trying to trick her, but I'll keep trying." I placed a hand on my friend's shoulder. "You're doing your best. Don't forget to eat." I gestured to the plate I'd brought her, because she hadn't made it to the cafeteria yet, and it was already 2 p.m. "Thanks, Odette." She gave me a wobbly smile. As I left the demonology classroom and shut the door behind me, I sighed. Although we'd made a lot of progress, it seemed that the pain streaming through spellcasters would never end. Spellcasters wouldn't reopen in time for the next academic year, which was 2 weeks away. Too much of the school was in shambles for that to be feasible, and honestly, it was just as well. The students and staff who had lived under the demon's reign of terror needed time to heal. They needed to go home and return on their own terms. For those who wished to re-enroll and continue their education and fight against the dark, when classes eventually resumed, it wouldn't be here. At least not right away. We hadn't completely succeeded the night of the Battle of Spellcasters. The Furies still lived. First-hand sources claimed that they'd fled the academy grounds and taken a large contingent of demons with them. That they remained walking the earth meant the school was at risk. That, and Headmistress Wake suspected that the Royals had enchanted the academy. If that was true, they could force their way in again. She was building a team of powerful witches who would inspect the school after the students and staff had left, no later than tomorrow. My parents had volunteered to be a part of that team, and knowing of their skills with wards, Headmistress Wake had accepted their offer of help right away. Until a team of witches had inspected every inch of the school, they would only allow select people back inside. It might take months for them to give the school a clean bill of health. Until then, if a student wished to continue their education, witch professors would hold classes at the Fey Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts. I wasn't sure I'd be attending. My hesitation didn't stem from fear of another attack, or even from suspicion that parts of the PIA were still crooked. In fact, after hearing of the battle, the PIA was launching another investigation of their institution. The organization assured us that this one would be more thorough than the first investigation. That helped suss out traitor agents. The agency claimed that if there were additional secret prisons, they'd discover them and liberate people wrongfully imprisoned. I believed them because, this time, they'd called in unaffiliated mind witches to help. And yet, despite the PIA's commitment to weed out corrupt officers, I'd come to terms with the fact that espionage might not be my dream any longer. I suspected that no professor at the academy, or possibly anywhere, could teach me what I needed to know. I'd already asked the most senior professors, all except Professor Adito, who had perished at the hands of the Royals, what they knew about the Godlings. It wasn't much. The library hadn't quenched my thirst for knowledge either. Still, the possibility that I wasn't the only one in existence burned inside me. There had to be more Godlings out there. Perhaps they were also seeking information, or perhaps they were just binge-watching TV shows like a normal person, oblivious to their true nature. Wherever they are, I'll find them, I muttered under my breath.
talking to yourself, Dane?
I turned to find Diana hobbling up behind me.
Hey, where did you come from? She laughed. You passed me as I was coming out of the bathroom. You didn't even see me, you were so lost in thought. And then you started talking to yourself.
She arched an eyebrow. Want a sounding board? I heaved a breath. Nah, just considering my future. Diana knew what Ishtar had told me. I'd informed all my closest friends, my parents, and Headmistress Wake, hoping they'd have answers. Of course, they had none. There's a lot of that happening now, Diana replied. I never thought I'd see the day when spellcasters would be empty. At that very moment, we passed a downed statue of Alice Kittler. Her arm had been broken off in a scuffle. Diana eyed the statue and shook her head. Or that an epic battle would be fought here. Are you planning on going to the Spy Academy when we have to clear out? For a bit, at least to see the soldiers off. Mom and Dad will be busy here for a while, and I don't want to go home without them. And after? Diana asked. Tiberius asked Alex to return to Seattle. I guess a few of the people we rescued from Dulce Base aren't recovering as well as they'd hoped. Tiberius told Alex he might learn a few novel things if he wanted to help. Obviously, Alex was all about that. I'm going with him, and so are Eva and Hunter. The dream team. I smiled. We're only missing you. She stopped walking, and I had to turn to face her. Thank you for saying that, Diana said, and her lips twisted in a strange way that I'd never seen on her face. It's been really hard since Tabitha left. I know I have Phoebe, but she was here. She huffed out a breath. Thank the goddess and all the other old gods that she wasn't an idiot and kept her head down while the demons ruled. You're one of us now, Wake, I said seriously. You have been for a while. We wouldn't have made it so far without you. She gave me a wobbly, very un-Diana-like smile. You know, I'm going to miss you when you don't return. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Pretty sure. I shrugged. It just feels right, you know. Everything has changed for me. I need a new beginning. I get that, she replied, and we fell into silence as we walked. When we reached the entryway, it was filled with people coming and going, fixing things, leaving the academy, picking someone up. Honey, Odette! I cast a glance around, recognizing Mom's voice, but couldn't find her. Up here! I twisted and spotted her beaming at me from an upper floor. Honey, would you come up here, please? Catch you later, I said to Diana. She went to join Andre. He was trying to help repair the front door hinges. I climbed the stairs. When I reached the right floor, my parents moved to stand against the wall, right in front of a line of paintings. For the first time in days, they were all alone, which was strange enough, but it was the wide grins on their faces that told me something else was up. Hey, what's happening? I asked. You guys look happy. Dad put his arm around Mom's shoulders. We have something to show you, P. We'd hoped to unveil it when the academy resumed sessions, but after hearing about your plans last night, we figured now was the time. Okay, what is it? They broke apart to reveal a blank canvas on the wall, right between the portraits of Merlin and Morgan. Wait a minute, why separate them? I moved closer to the gold plaque that gleamed back at me and read, Odette Dane, Eva Proctor, Diana Wake, Alex Wardwell, and Hunter Wardwell, students who led the charge against the royal demons at the Battle of Spellcasters and helped ensure victory. My throat closed up. Not knowing what to say, I looked to my parents. Obviously, there's nothing there yet. You'll have to sit for a portrait with your friends, Dad said. And the others haven't seen it yet, so don't tell them. Headmistress Wake would like their parents to show them. She'll show Alex herself, since his parents are still helping with the rescued spies. But soon enough, there will be a painting there, and you'll stand alongside all the other great witches of history. Tears filled my eyes, and I dragged my gaze from the plaque bearing my name to the paintings of Merlin on the left and Morgan on the right. It astonished me how true to life their paintings were,
although they were missing some key characteristics, like the freckles across Morgan's nose and the premature fine lines at the corners of Merlin's eyes, the result of his constant smiles.
They had to relocate the one of Nicholas Flamel, Mom said, her lips twisting in an amused grin. Personally, I think it was the right choice. He looks like such a sourpuss. You five will brighten the hallway up much more.
I laughed. Long ago, when I'd stumbled across these paintings in my culling year, I thought the same thing about the famed alchemist. I turned my head again, glancing at the paintings of Eminem, and shook my head. I can't wait for the others to see this. Dad wrapped his arm around me, pulling me close to him. You all deserve it, and so much more. I appreciated the sentiment, although, in that moment, I couldn't say that I needed a single other thing to make me happy. Chapter 49. Headmistress Crystalla handed me a champagne flute filled with bubbling gold that smelled faintly of pears. For the soldiers' send-off, as if I needed a reason to accept champs. I took the glass with a soft smile. Thank you. My friends accepted their own flutes, and as soon as the Fey headmistress disappeared, Hunter arched his eyebrows. Different from spellcasters, huh? Night and day, Eva replied. We just needed to get out, to breathe a little, Alex said. Hell, maybe after we leave, we should try something fun and normal just to remember what it feels like. See a movie? There was no denying that everything felt different about the Fey Academy, although there had still been a lot to do when we'd left Spellcasters an hour before. My parents had insisted that we leave. They, too, wanted us to go have fun. While I hadn't been sure I would be able to do that, particularly after saying goodbye to Dasha and committing to attend her mate's funerals, I was pleasantly surprised that a little lightness had been able to seep into my soul. It wasn't that I'd forgotten about all the terrible things we'd seen or been through, but there was something about the Fey Academy that made me feel lighter, more free and less worried. I hoped that when the next year of Spellcasters students arrived here, they'd feel the same way, that no one would experience terror or pain at coming back to school.
Pardon my interruption.
A soft, regal voice came from behind me.
I've been wanting to speak with you since I noticed you arrive, but the headmistress kept me occupied.
I turned to find Queen Aquatia standing before me, dressed in an exquisite sea-green gown. Hi, I said, and paused for my friends to greet the Queen. I wasn't expecting to see you at all. It wasn't often that Fey royalty came into our realm. The Queen smiled.
I'm grateful for everything that everyone in this world has done, but I wanted to thank you and Miss Wake, who I've already spoken to in person. I know the threat isn't completely over, but you've minimized it considerably.
People are already searching for the Furies, Alex said, as if trying to soothe the Queen. All sorts of magicals, Headmaster Ezra and Francis included.
So I've heard.
She smiled at him before her eyes turned to me.
Forgive me if this is stepping over the line, but the Tornas told me what you discovered about yourself.
I stiffened. I didn't mind that the twins knew. They were my friends. But why would they tell a fairy queen?
Please don't be angry with them. I understand things are different here, but I am their monarch. I asked for updates on anything important, and they felt like they had to tell me. However, your secret is safe with me. I have no intention of spreading the word.
Queen Aquatia assured me.
I only wanted to extend my assistance, should you need it.
Do the Fae have information on the old gods? I'd asked Ms. Seeley, but she hadn't seemed to think so. Then again, the Spellcasters Phaeology professor didn't live in Fairy. Surely Aquatia had access to information that Ms. Seeley would know nothing about.
Not that I'm aware of,
the Queen said, dashing my hopes.
However, there are rumors of lost libraries in Fairy. If you're interested, I could look into them. Additionally, there are a few exceptional historians in my kingdom.
I'd appreciate that, I replied.
And if you decide to pursue this power and learn to unlock your ether magic, please know we'd be happy to teach you what we know of the ether.
If you need the help, that is. I drew in a breath. If I get that far, I'm sure I'll need your help. I really don't know what to expect.
If I searched for knowledge about the godlings and how to unlock those powers within me, what would happen? Could it even happen? Or had the old gods hidden it for a reason?
Few do, the queen replied, particularly when they are called on to complete unprecedented tasks. At that moment, Headmistress Crystalla called attention to the fairy portal and the soldiers who would be returning home. Holding the queen's eye for a moment longer, I nodded before twisting to face her soldiers. With the crowd, I raised my glass, honoring the fae who'd helped us, and toasting to peace in all the realms, and the new possibilities to come. Chapter 50. Hey babe, how are things looking today? I asked Alex as I entered Tiberius Thorn's healing sanctuary.
The facility was a bunker in that it was underground, but unlike most bunkers I envisioned, it was actually kind of nice. Thorn had brought in lamps that mimicked the light of the sun and tons of plants, most of them medicinal.
Not bad, he said, glancing up from a medical chart and beaming at me. I'm such a slug. Hunter and Eva are out jogging around Seattle, and you've been in here for hours, and here I am, just now getting up at noon. With a cup of coffee in my hand, I gestured down to my silk polka dot pajamas. You needed the rest, sweets, Alex assured me, taking a seat at his desk. Especially if you're going to stay awake for me to take you out on the town tonight. He winked. My heart leapt. I couldn't wait for our long overdue date. The PJs don't matter anyway. Amelia, the patient in the bed closest to where I stood, spoke softly, so as not to wake those who were sleeping. We haven't been out of our pajamas in days. You wear them better than me. I smiled at her. How are you? Better by the day. Thorn gave me a can of soup to use as a weight to start building up my muscles again. I'm up to 5 reps. She beamed at the accomplishment, which was a huge one. When we'd assessed her at Night Dwellers a little over a week before, Amelia couldn't even stand. Lifting a soup can? You might as well have asked her to bench a car. You're killing it, girl. I congratulated her as I moved over to where Alex sat. His eyebrows knitted together in concentration as he mixed up a tincture for a patient. After we made a quick stop in London to seal up the Hellgate as tight as we could, a relatively painless task, now that we weren't being threatened by a horde of demons, Hunter, Eva, Alex, and I traveled to Seattle. Tiberius Thorn had requested Alex's help, and the rest of us weren't ready to split yet. Seeing as most of the royals were dead, it was probably silly, but we'd come to rely on each other a lot. We were each other's safety blankets. And the ex-prisoners needed as much help as they could get. Most had been experimented on, or enchanted in such a way that normal remedies hadn't worked. Since we arrived 3 days ago, Tiberius and his favorite protege had been brainstorming up new cures for whatever ailed each patient. To be honest, it was kind of ironic that Alex claimed I needed my rest. Lately, my man had been surviving on less than 5 hours of sleep at night. No thanks. I would take being a slug over that. What you working on? I perched on the edge of a desk and leaned over for a kiss. Will has an infection. Magically induced, we're sure. That we can't quite pin down. He's better, but not as far along as we hoped. I'm mixing up a new treatment to see if it will help. I glanced at the vial, which held a liquid the same color as a bright blue sky. You and Thorn are amazing. Alex cocked his head. I gestured to the sanctuary. Most of your patients have improved so much. My boyfriend gave me a sweet smile. It's just what we do. There was a loud sigh from somewhere in the room, and Alex's joy fell from his face. He glanced past me at the beds. Do me a favor? I nodded, ready to do whatever he needed. Chat with a few of the patients? They're getting bored, and we need to keep their spirits up. They're probably sick of just talking to each other, or maybe just me. We need new blood. I slapped his shoulder. I didn't like him making digs at himself. Alex chuckled. Seriously, though, I need an hour or so to concentrate. Do you mind? Not at all, I said.
I needed something to do besides sleep, eat, and scour Thorne's massive library for information on the godlings. The final task I was failing at spectacularly. I left him to work his magic and scan the room. Of the 11 patients remaining, 9 were sleeping. Amelia looked fairly engrossed in a thriller novel, but William was just staring out the window. I approached the man I'd met at Night Dwellers, the spy who had lasted 2 long years in the underground prison. After being there so long, it was no wonder that his healing progress would be slow. "Hey, Will, how's it going?" I lowered myself onto the seat next to his bed. "Better every day." He turned to face me, a smile on his thin face. "But I might be even better if you gave me some of that coffee. I haven't had coffee in years." "Don't give him any," Alex called out, clearly having heard. I laughed. "Sorry, healer's orders. But I promise once Alex or Thorne gives you the all clear on caffeine, I'll buy you a venti." We chatted for a few minutes about the book he'd been reading and the shows he'd watched since breaking out of prison. When the conversation dwindled, I could feel him wanting to ask about the battle and everything leading up to it. Truthfully, it was the last thing I wanted to discuss. I'd rehashed it a million times, and it was so emotionally draining. But I did want to know something in particular, and Will seemed to have enough energy to handle it. "Can I ask you something personal?" I asked. Will looked taken aback. Although we'd spoken at Night Dwellers, and occasionally since my friends and I had come here, we'd kept things very superficial. After a few seconds, he nodded. "Sure." I inhaled deeply, preparing to ask the question I'd wondered about every single prisoner we'd found at Base Dulce. "Why were you imprisoned? Did you discover the PIA's connection to the demons, or something else?" Will chuckled. "I'm surprised it took you all so long to ask. You're so polite." "We didn't want to cause extra strain on anyone while they were still weak. But you seem to be doing pretty well. And knowing how long you lasted in there makes me think that whatever you found drove you to survive." "Fair point." Will nodded. "Your guess is correct. I discovered that a sector of the PIA was working with demons, but they'd been doing it for years before I figured it out. But that wasn't the only reason they threw me in a cell." I leaned forward, interested. I'd been doing research and stumbled across a finding that stunned me. Had I shared it, my discovery would have rocked the entire supernatural world. "What is it?" I asked, unable to help myself. I might not follow my childhood dream and become a spy, but I still loved learning secrets. It was in my blood. There's a race of magicals that didn't die out, like we thought. My spine straightened, but Will continued on, not noticing. "I found an old book explaining that they are simply hidden, protected from the demons. And when the time is right, they'll rise and bring justice to the world." My mouth went dry, and my heart thumped hard. What race? Will shook his head as if he still couldn't believe what he'd discovered. "The godlings. They exist. For centuries, we thought they were dead. But their lines have just been hidden in plain sight. Crazy, right?" I sucked in a breath, meeting the man's stare. I knew without a doubt that he had been put in my path for a reason. "Actually, I can believe that." I scooted closer. "And if you wouldn't mind, I'd love for you to tell me everything you know about the godlings." Epilogue. I gripped Alex's hand tightly as we left the sweet little restaurant he'd taken me to for our date. We were about to join Eva and Hunter for a nightcap, but I wanted to savor every moment of alone time I had with him. "I had a lot of fun tonight," I said, pressing up against my man. Despite being summer, the winds coming in off the Puget Sound chilled me. "Me too." Alex rubbed my arm, warming it. "It was nice to get out of Thorne's place, away from business, adventure, and, saving the world. Us and our little hobbies," I joked. We walked a ways more before I broached the question I figured we were both thinking. "So what are we going to do with ourselves now?" Alex stopped before a door, barely noticeable in the side of a warehouse-type building. Hunter had discovered the hidden speakeasy earlier that week and had been dying to go ever since. "Don't you mean What are Hunter, Eva, and I going to do with ourselves now? Alex asked lightly. I have a feeling that, after you spoke with Will, you're brewing a plan in that beautiful brain of yours.
He wasn't wrong. You know me well, babe, I said, helping him to push the door open. But first, drinks and good company. I stepped inside the clandestine bar. Jazz played, making me tap my feet. The speakeasy was decorated as if they'd plopped it straight out of the 1920s. Art Deco accents sparkled from every nook and cranny. There was a gleaming golden gramophone in one corner, raised so that everyone could admire it. Dark green and black colorings dominated. Adorable fringe lamps topped every circular table. I spotted Eva in the far back corner waving, and we went to join her and Hunter. We'd just sat down and barely had a moment to greet them when the server arrived to take our drink order. Alex and I scanned the sparse menu and chose a cocktail each. When we were alone, I turned to Eva. How was the restaurant? Did you find it? Hunter had claimed that the restaurant he'd booked was one of the best hidden gems in Seattle. She threw a wave. Please, it's tucked away. But its little pink door beckons people like a siren. There's a line down the alley because the place is so popular. Her eyes shone as she glanced at Hunter. It was great, though. Amazing food. You guys should try it. Apparently their reservations book out months in advance. But I bet Tiberius could pull some strings.
How do you think I got us in? Hunter said. He'd get you a spot for sure, cuz.
Hunter punched Alex on the shoulder, and the guys exchanged boyish grins. The server arrived with our drinks, setting down the artesian cocktails with a flourish before disappearing back into the crowded bar. One thing's for sure. I glanced around at the amazing decor again. You Wardwell guys definitely have a gift for wining and dining your ladies. I lifted my glass to my friends. To many more nights like this, when we're together, happy, and healthy. They echoed my toast, and our glasses clinked. We took a sip and set the drinks down. There was a brief silence before Eva turned to face me once more. So Alex mentioned that Will told you something about the godlings. Eva gave me a pointed look. We said tonight was all about fun, but I'm dying to hear all about it, and your plans. I snorted out a laugh. My friends were as bad as me. They were always thinking about the next big thing, never able to truly relax. My eyes cut over to Alex. He was trying to hide a smile and failing. Do you mind? We said fun and easy.
Of course not, Alex said. Hunter's been wanting to hear about it too. Damn right.
Hunter's green eyes gleamed in the light from the fringed lamp on our table.
So spill it, Odie. What did Will say?
I leaned over the table, ready to divulge all that I knew. They imprisoned him because he discovered that godlings do exist. More than just me. He actually found a book leading to some sort of enchanted object. It will allow the descendants of the gods to access their powers.
You mean someone else can't just fill them with ether? Hunter countered. Like Ayla and Leon did?
I shook my head. That was only temporary anyway. A workaround of sorts. I haven't been able to access my own ether magic, although I sense it churning inside me now. When I focused on it, the sensation was actually almost overwhelming. It made me wonder how it had stayed muted for so long. Apparently, the hidden objects will unlock the powers of the godlings and usher in a new age of magicals, one that will turn the supernatural world on its head, and darkness will disappear. That must be why Ishtar wanted to kill you, or have you join her, Eva said, her blue eyes wide. Keep your enemies close. Yep, I said. Godlings and royal demons are equally powerful, and even though hundreds of people are on the hunt for the Furies right now, that doesn't mean this is over. They could create more demons and probably will.
Not to mention now they're pissed, Alex said. We have the royals' numbers.
He stirred his drink with the decorative stick speared with crystallized ginger.
I hate to say it, but I don't think anyone will find the Furies. The godlings will be the ones to take them out.
I agreed with him. The only reason we beat the demons at Spellcasters was because Eva and I had leveraged our dark magic against them. Now, however, the Furies knew all our tricks. They understood what they were up against, and Ishtar herself had said that everyone underestimated them. I couldn't make the same mistake. So these objects, Eva said. Any idea where they are,
or what they are? I heaved a heavy sigh. No. When the crooked PIA agents discovered that Will had learned about godlings, they not only imprisoned him, they burned the book he found referencing the godlings. He claims that it was a small book of clues leading to one of the objects, but he thinks that there are more, one for every major god.
So dozens. Alex rubbed thoughtfully at the stubble growing on his chin. I'll have to study up on the lore of the old gods.
You and me both, babe, I said. Actually, I wanted to talk to you guys about something related to studying. I fingered the base of my stemmed glass, nervous for what I was about to say. Term starts soon, and I know I mentioned possibly not going, but I'm positive that I'm not returning to Spellcasters. I'm going to try to find one of the books.
The table was silent for a moment, and then suddenly, Eva clapped.
Hell yes! This is what I've been waiting for my whole life. I am so in.
She fist-pumped the air. I chuckled.
Waiting for what? You should go back to Spellcasters, finish your education.
Eva shook her head.
No way, girl. You know that I've never really wanted to be a spy. That was my parents' plan for me. I've wanted to be an archaeologist my whole life. Well, since I knew what they were anyway. Before that, I wanted to be a balloon seller, but that's beside the point.
Hunter and Alex snorted out laughs, but Eva ignored them and pointed to me.
You're basically going on an archaeological hunt. I'm going with you.
My heart swelled at the idea that I wouldn't be alone, that my best friend would be by my side. I'd love that. I turned to the guys. But neither of you can make the same claims. I've never once heard you say you wanted to be Indiana Jones.
Hunter cleared his throat. You girls have exceptional powers. Alex has a specialty that he's dedicated to, but I don't have either yet. I need to work a little harder to figure out my purpose.
His eyes cut to Eva.
I was planning to finish out my year at the academy. Are you okay with that, Sugar?
Eva gave him a small, sad smile. Of course. A long-distance relationship might be coming a little sooner than I'd like, but it was always likely to happen. After graduation, if we entered the PIA, they'd have to split us up, at least for a little while, until we built up clout and could request to be stationed together.
And we don't have to be separated all the time, Alex said. We hold sway now. Hunter and I will negotiate terms with Headmistress Wake. We'll advocate for more freedom so we can see you girls whenever you need us.
His hand landed on top of mine.
Or if you just want to see us.
My heart rate kicked up. He was right. After winning the Demon War, Headmistress Wake would probably allow them a greater degree of freedom. While I'd been prepared to go at it alone, it was reassuring that I wouldn't have to be flying solo the whole time. It looks like we all have a discussion with the headmistress in our futures, I said. I have to say, I appreciate all of your support so much. You guys are the best friends I ever could have asked for. A smile bloomed on Hunter's face. He wrapped his arm around Eva, and then gestured for Alex and me to lean in. We shared an awkward but sweet over-the-table hug. When we pulled back, everyone's eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. We dropped the subject, moving on to discuss more mundane things, like the outfit a hipster across the bar wore. Then, what we'd like to see and do before we left Seattle. All the while, my heart was overflowing with happiness. Although this moment might be short and sweet, I would enjoy the hell out of it, relishing every second with my friends, until we moved on to our next chapters. This has been A Crucible Witch, a Supernatural Spy Academy series. Spellcasters Spy Academy Book 3. Written by Ashley McLeo. Narrated by Ashley Stenner. Copyright 2020 by Ashley McLeo. Production copyright